perpetrate.
Hello, chatto! It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, we have signed 47 players this season, and I don't think I'm quite done yet. In other news, I've actually sold several first-team players, and you're about to be very disappointed, potentially in some of them, but it's made room for other many signings. Today we have Champions League, Europa Conference League, points out the wazoo, and we're actually going to talk about football for once. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, and Stirrups! Extended stirrups. Oh, you'll love to see it. 47, I know. It still seems like, do we have to? Well, we don't have to. We will, but we don't have to. Ah, dear. Lovely days. Hey, Leandro, welcome in, friend. It's just one of those, I felt it in my bones, in my blood, in my arteries. It was necessary. I don't know why I'm talking like I'm doing slam poetry, baby. Oh, stop. Slam poetry, worst kind of poetry. Possibly worst kind of performing art in general. Agree? I feel like that's up there. Some of his favourites. No, actually, but some of them are still people that we like. But I felt that it was the perfect time to do like a little squad reshuffle, you know? 25, 33.
Happy
Fuck
Sundat
yeah, mate. That's,
Mato and
congratulations, man.
31 months
talk about that in a
set you Sundats wasted here. Might as well stick with it now.
Yeah, once you're in, pot committed, mate. Maureen, thank you for the 31. And Con with the 9.
9 months of mediocrity. My first game of the season was watching my beloved crew losing 5-0 at home to Chesterfield.
I checked the scores at half time and I went, oh. Did they make 3 subs in like the 38th minute or something? I think that was not a good time. Oh dear. Thank you, friends. Also, thank you, Bente, for the 18 months as well. No, 30 months. My apologies. Oh, Politico, thank you very much for the... I think it's 3 months, but it says 6. Is that like a 6-month extension sub? Because sometimes Twitch gives me weird numbers for that. But thank you nevertheless, mate. That's very kind of you. And King Jesse Young, thank you very much for the 5 months in there too. 4 out. Yeah, it wasn't great, was it? As they go. What a database. Ooh. Still in loads of seasons. Some players were not able to contract. Hang on, sorry. I had a one bug with extending loans every season, and some players were not able to play due to their loan contract ending. Really? I'm not sure I understand how that works. But also, this is Football Manager, so I completely understand that is most likely just a bug in the game. I was discussing this on Gaffer's live stream yesterday. It's the amount of bugs in this game that are more niche, but still game-breaking is quite disappointing, you might say. 3 bookings. Yeah, I must say, when Liverpool finally got that booking in like the last stages of that game, there was some ironic cheers. I managed to watch a good amount of the Ipswich game. It's F23 as well. Really? Huh. That's one I've not encountered yet. But I'm sorry that happened to you. Hopefully you won't have that same issue in Malta, but I can't guarantee that you won't just because it's FM. But I've not run into that. The loans in Malta have actually been really good. Time to go. Can't say my bots. Hey, don't speak too soon, Ginger. We've managed to have like, I don't know. I think we've had about 7-8 days since our last botting. There's always time. Maybe it was that weekend off last weekend that did the trick for me. I just needed to take some time away and they'll focus on someone else, you know? It's like when you ignore the bullies. But yeah, I think that's the reason why. I suspect that, you know, when you see all these databases that you get off the internet, so my mustache keeps going up my nose. I hate when this happens. It's because I shaved it and it's like, when you see a lot of these databases that you download, a lot of them, I can pretty much guarantee you that they have not been tested to the same rigorous testing standards that the one that we've produced has. And even that had problems, right? I just think there's no way they could have done. We did like 3 months of testing with a group of like, I think it was like double-digit numbers of testers that were really engaged as well to make this work. And still, we had an issue, but obviously that was caused by the game itself. There was nothing we could have physically done about that, right? But I have seen it, yeah. I didn't watch, well, I watched the last 30 minutes of the Arsenal Wolves game, but I think that happened prior to that. Wittercast, thank you very much for the 31 months. And Ollie, why did I say that weird like that? Ollie Elphick, thank you very much for the 6 months as well. Holy Christ. Not, but this is true. Neither are we, technically. So there's that, I suppose. Yeah, 1,000. That's the thing. So why would you, right? You wouldn't do that kind of testing for a database. You just kind of like do something. Does it work? Does it verify? Is there any glaring errors after a season or two? Bang it in there. That's one of the benefits of me being able to sort of wield this community that I have like a giant testing axe, and it's very, very useful. I don't think we would have been able to do it without you guys, pretty much, as far as like get it to a situation where we were like totally comfortable with it. Because the fact is, going into the save, it was perfect. Family shower card. We were actually just talking about this, or rather in the intro. I've seen it. It's one of those ones where by the letter of the law it probably is, but it's also ridiculous that that is considered a red card. When it's one of those things where if Cher goes down instead of Burton Diaz probably gets sent off. So he's got him sent off, I suppose, is the best way to look at that one. He's probably going to be playing in the championships next season. So making the most of it, I guess. I don't rate Southampton's chances very much, but hey, we'll see, right? I worry for Southampton in terms of that. I actually think they looked quite good in that game from what I saw, but I guess playing against 10 men for a full hour, they still lost. That's not particularly great. Doesn't bode well for them. Like, that's an opportunity to get points that you should be getting, right? See the transfers. I'll show you them again later anyway, Ginger. Don't worry about it. Just come back in and tell me and I'll show you them again. It's mostly transfers out, actually. But you'll see pretty quickly who that is. Basically, I got to January and I was like, shit, I actually kind of wished I was live when we hit January 1st, just because of the deluge. We signed like 19 players joined us on January 1st. It actually lagged the screen out while I was doing the handshake circles, you know? Oh, dear. Would scare with me and does it. Marco Silva is currently Brentford manager. That's terrifying. Ugh, I feel a little bit sick in my mouth. Luton one. Yeah. I only saw the one that he got sent off for. One of Valmir Pebbles, I suppose. It's bold of you to assume that it's only one of Valmir and Pebbles and not both. Foreboding, you might say. Yeah, I've sold a couple of first-teamers because I felt like we had some ridiculously high-quality players that weren't getting a lot of football and some younger players that could maybe do with some game time. And I felt that it was a perfect time to sort of reset a lot of things, particularly with the signings of Joshua Crompton as well. And just try to... No starters. No, I wouldn't say any of them are starters. Not this season, anyway. The Renault Bockens. Well, maybe. He hasn't gone, although PSG do keep pestering me about it. Still don't put any decent money in there. Played quite well. I feel like this is one of those things where people are going to hype up how well Ipswich played in that game. At the end of the day, they lost 2-0. But then, they were playing Liverpool. Their battles are not Liverpool. Their battles are anyone that is outside of that bit. Whoa, holy shit. Des, what the fuck? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Hang on, get off this so I can do some presents, damn. There we go. Holy Christ. Thank you so much, mate. That's very, very kind of you, friend. Wow. Thank you. What did I do to deserve that? Brentford haven't played yet. Don't get too cocky. How are you, man? Oh, Onana. He looked very good. It's... Probably should have won enough after. I looked at the stats for the game and it just looked like a standard game that Liverpool should have won by probably more goals. I think this is one of these things. Ipswich are kind of getting the Brentford treatment at the moment. And by that I mean that the team that hasn't been in the Premier League for a while is going to be the focus of everybody's energy for a few months. What I would say is if this same performance was put in by Ipswich in like February, people would be acting as if like, yeah, it's a routine win for Liverpool. Ipswich did fuck all, right? I think it's heavily swayed on how well they played because of the occasion of the game rather than them actually looking that good. I don't think they were particularly... But like I said, their battle is not Liverpool. Their battle is everyone outside of that big 6-7, really. If they get the wins and gets the points against those teams, it doesn't matter what they do against Liverpool, as long as they don't get absolutely clapped, and they didn't. So that's a pretty respectable result in the end, right? I just don't think they played it that well. Looks good. Yes, it does, Crazy Brit. I'm absolutely getting it. I know it's like a heresy thing to say that the newly promoted side that didn't actually play that well and got beaten very easily isn't a great result, but at the end of the day, it's, you know, it's not as much as it's not a great result, but I don't think the performance was amazing. You know, it could have been worse. Liverpool had some good chances in that game. I don't think Ipswich created too much. Did they get given a penalty and then it get revoked at one point? Because I saw a random VAR check when I had the stream muted. Oh. No, another looked good. I mean, I didn't watch that game. It's always cool to see John Duran as well coming off the bench and just doing bits. Was offside. Yeah, I saw an offside given, but I wondered if it was a penalty that was given and that's why they were checking for offside. I didn't actually see if a penalty was, like, given, per se. Or whether it was just, like, they were just checking for offside for some reason. Hey, Gaffer. Speaking of you, I was just talking about your live stream yesterday. Oh, it was actually given. Fair enough, yeah. Grafenberg is... Yeah, it's... And this is a Liverpool... I'm not sure they're in their, like, final form yet. I don't know how well... They looked pretty solid, I guess. It's hard to tell until they're up against like a really decent opposition how that team actually stacks up with the Arne Slot style of play. Like, I didn't notice anything about it where I was like, wow. But then how close of attention was I actually paying to his style of football versus Klopp, you know? Competition to Malta. Oh, shit. Oh, thank God. So I hate the fact that Twitch doesn't make the links in database lookups clickable. It's the weirdest thing. Let's have a gander. Scott with the 37. You'd love to see it. Let me get that off there.
How are you? Are you Todd Bowley? Have you stopped signing players yet?
No.
6 sausage roll, 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 6 sausage roll.
Of course he's a big Hikara, by the way. Like, that is just an inevitability. Where do we get these? God, it's crazy how different your top flight looks with Ardor and Ngar up there as well. Master Schlock, Sengleus and Andrews and Rabat as well, albeit, like, well, I love that little... Not a lot of goals going around this league. Look at that top scorer with 39 goals. And then the bottom scoring, or the most conceded with 44. It's really, like, tightly grouped for whatever reason. I just love the fact that you're actually getting players like this, like, existing. Like, it almost seems like if there's a chance of anyone coming through, it's going to be a big Hikara, unless it's us. But he's legitimately a very... I mean, 2 caps for Malta at 17 tells you all you need to know, right? As well. How do you take it? No, the intake will probably be right at the very end today. I tend to structure them that way because that way we get a couple of Champions League games in first. Oh, get off of that for a second. There we go. So, stuff to catch you up on. We've got a lot of players signed for us. So I'm going to show you that now. Fuck it. I'll jump straight to the outs. We have had some outs, and there's potentially one more on the way. That's next season. Oh, right. Do you remember during the last stream, there was a Mexican player who we decided not to sign because he was like £9 million. And we'd already signed another guy at the same time. We nearly got both, but I said, no, let's hold off on the Mexican dude. Yeah, so, got him on a free transfer instead. Literally, because we had him on our shortlist from us approaching him and then just deciding not to, January rolled around and the game went, hey, this guy's got 6 months left on his contract. Would you like to buy him? So yes, I did. We're getting Pablo Mora on a free transfer. So we're not going to have to pay the £9 million. We're just going to grab him on a free in the summer instead. It's delightful times. He's the kind of guy we easily get 10 mil for.
Hi.
Brilliant. Viking Superman with the 53 months. That's a ridiculous amount. How's it going, man? I saw that you found a shop that was exactly your name. What are the odds of that? That's wild. Hard news. Thank you very much for the 27 months. Hope you're well on this fine Sundat. Things you'd bloody love to see. It's just, I couldn't believe it.
Also, hi.
Yeah, he's gone to Europe once before. He was at Sporting Gijón, so there's that too. But for free transfer... Oh, wow, those were 3 separate loan spells. How weird. Hey, shorty. Some village in Wiltshire. And they sell furniture, Viking. It's such a, I assume the only explanation is that the guy that owns the shop has the exact same name as you, right? Because otherwise, why else would you choose that? It's such a strange thing. There's a shop called Viking Superman, yeah. Did you go in? I'd have been so tempted to just walk in with my driver's license and be like, hello, it's me. I am the shop. Oh, that's the idea. Always me. I am attempting to say Sporting Gijón. I can't not say it like that. Ever since I heard it said like that once, I've been unable to say it differently ever since. So yeah, it looks like he's had some relatively mid loan spells at Sporting Gijón in Europe and then just excelled in Mexico. But his attributes are really solid. 40 caps in Mexico. Solid player. Shaman, thank you for the 7 months as well. Holy Christ, lots of resubs today. You love to see it, friend. Thank you very much. That's very kind. But for free, you can't say no to free. His contract, I don't believe is even that much. I wish you could... Oh, hang on, we can, can't we? If we go to transfers in, hide inactive. What is he on? Wait. That's his current contract, isn't it? Okay. Is there a way of me seeing how much I've paid him? Because the game's being weird. I'm sure there is, right? Anyone know how to actually show how much I'm paying this guy? Or are going to be paying this guy? I swear there is. Oh, right, okay. I don't think it's very much. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's like £35,000 a week. So we're giving him like a 7k wage bump using a bit of that rep that we got. And we get a player that we can flip for £10 million. It's like brilliant, right? 45k. I don't think it was even as much as that. It's great. Obviously, you can see that there's a few other guys. One other player I picked up. Wait, no. Right. Click on his profile. Well, we're on his profile now. But that's his current... Oh, hang on. Can you see, like... Why does it say approach to sign when he's literally signing for us? Contract. No, that's his current contract. You can see here, joining Sirens. So, maybe it's because it's a free transfer. Either way, it's a free transfer. We're going to make out like bandits on this deal, pretty much. It's so silly that... No, fair enough. Thanks for the suggestion. It's weird that you can't do that. To me, it should appear here in the transfers page. Just like... Because it tells you the amount of wages offered here. So it knows the information, but it won't show you the specific figure. It's so silly. Does it work on these, or is that just the transfer fee? Nah. But yeah, it shows you their current contract. Really, really weird. FM, have a word. So yeah, those are just transfers for later. Now let's talk about the ins and outs, because there are some outs that are worthy of note, because I felt it was the right time to move a few of these guys on. Kieran Warner is gone. And the reason for this, as much as I like Kieran Warner, is that I think he'd pretty much reached his ceiling. He wasn't going to play for us this season. And we'd also just signed Joshua Crompton. So I felt like moving the 26-year-old out for a guy who looks like he could probably be better than Kieran Warner and getting £21.5 million was probably a reasonable deal. Didn't like entirely that he was going to go to Milan, but I'd rather him go to someone like Milan than, say, a PSG or a Chelsea or someone that I feel like is a direct rival. Milan, I feel like, are sub where we are these days. So I feel like it's okay selling to like your Milans, your Benficas, and I'm not just saying that because that's the two clubs I've self-placed. Let me just retcon that for you. Another player, though, that has left to go to the aforementioned Benfica is Pebbles. 22.25 million. Sorry. 22.5 million for Pebbles to Benfica. I would have liked to have gone a little bit more, but I felt with the players that we'd signed, with Evgenios Skordis joining us, who I believe is a better player than Pebbles and can offer us a slightly different option, with Kravets being the deeper option now, I felt Pebbles, his time had come for us to move him on. Gone to Benfica. He's 28 now. We've had a nice few seasons out of him. We've made a £5 million profit. It's not a great profit because we paid a lot from him, but I liked him as a player. But this season it felt like his performances had not been there, in the sense that he hadn't really played very much, right? When you look at his 20 appearances, 26, that season was a bit a drop. But this year it was, pardon me, it was notable how little he was getting game time for us. So it felt like now's the perfect time to pull the trigger on a sale on him. So he's gone. Anyone else? Yes, Robert Onua as well. Guy was never going to find a loan. He had that great spell at Bikikara, came back. He's 28 years old now. Sold him to El Sav for £8 million. I don't think we can really quibble with that, really. It's money at the end of the day. For guys that are just never going to really play for us, we signed him for £400,000, moved him on for 6.5, rising to 8 million. It's money. Can't really argue with that. Europe, it's gone okay. We're unbeaten in Europe and have only conceded twice. Sweetie are smashing it. Both the Conference League sides are smashing it. Hamren are on the bubble of qualifying for the next round of the Champions League. Goodger have probably had it. But the points are still good. So the points are still doing okay as a result of that. There is one more out currently in the works, though. And that is... Let me just hide inactive deals. Valmir. I've accepted a £35.5 million bid for Valmir. I'm trying to get a little bit more, if I can. Birkeland left a little while ago. Again, it was a case of squad player who we needed to move on to make room for some new guys coming through, basically. Valmir, same kind of situation as Pebbles. If we get 35.5 to 36 million pounds for Valmir from Benfica, we're going to end up with both Pebbles and Valmir at Benfica, which is weird because they both play the same position, essentially. Oh, no, they don't. Valmir's a bit deeper, I suppose. So that'd be nice to see them both find a home there, and we get a combined sort of 50-60 million pounds for the pair of them. So the reasoning for this as well is, oh yeah, we're totally going to get Benfica in the knockouts, is because with the players signing us that we signed in this summer and in January, there was basically, we needed to have less squad players because there were some new guys that we signed on squad players, and I'll run you through those guys as well. I'd love a coffee from Tesco's Pog. That would be absolutely delightful. So the guys that joined us in January that kind of forced my hand on this one, where do we even begin? First one, this is a freebie. This guy we'd looked at clearly because he came up on the players shortlisted that have got a contract expiring. Lucas Orsi, free transfer. Surely this guy's just a complete flip. Just immediate option for flip, right? Just a really solid option. 29 years old, free transfer. Yeah, it's great. So we got Orsi. Not come back up again. That's interesting because my value started coming back up again as of this year. Yeah, he ain't doing no defending, put it that way. He is very much a guy I'm trying to sell. But worst case scenario, we sit on him for a little bit, then eventually do sell him. But he's a free transfer, so we can't really complain about him. So he was not one of the players I had to make any changes for. The changes came about because of the likes of... Oh, also Cortelis joined us. Cole, please, Pog. This guy, the game seems to really rate this dude. which is interesting. I've pushed him up to the full first team squad so I can whack him in a mentoring group to try to get rid of this low determination and try to get him a slightly better personality if we can do. And I've had to restructure the mentoring group a little bit because obviously we've lost a couple of players in that one too. Another news, Palacio has signed a contract with Atletico for next season. I originally had a deal agreed for him to go to Flamengo and was going to get 500k for him. Yeah. Oh, is it Cortels? You're right, it is. Or Cortez. Yeah, I thought it was Cortelis. No, you're absolutely right. It's Cortels or Cortez. Cortez? So yeah, Palacio's joining Atleti instead. I didn't realise until this morning. Decaf, yes please, Bog. Until this morning, I didn't realise that he'd actually gone there because I'd agreed a deal for him to go to Flamengo for 200k, and it was going to go in January. But then Atletico clearly offered him a contract, and I didn't even notice it come through. So he won't be leaving until the end of the season now, but he will be joining Atleti. So he'll be staying in Europe, which is a little bit annoying. I was hoping he would piss off back to, well, not back to Brazil because he's Colombian, but you get my point. Mostly freebies. Alden Zek's obviously in. Still not sure how I feel about this guy. I worry that he's not got a very high PA, and actually this is going to drop real fast, but he's kept it reasonable for the time being. We have paid a lot of money for him, though. It's structured, so we're okay on that. But I'm still unsure on him, but we've liked him for a while, so we felt the need to get him. Now, as for the reasons that I felt we needed to shuffle the squad around a little bit, one of them is this guy here. Evgenios Skordis. He's a little bit good, isn't he? He's a little bit excellent. And he is the reason that I was happy to sell Pebbles. Because getting Skordis for £9.5 million from Ike Athens. Ike Athens had two guys that were absolutely brilliant. The other guy we just couldn't quite fit in our team. But Skordis, the agility match. How has he only got 44 caps for Greece is my question. Like, what on earth? The only thing that I can imagine is that Greece don't play that tactic or something. Because it makes no sense to me that he wouldn't be in the Greek national team. Like, I want to look at this myself, actually. Like, who on earth is keeping him out of the Greece team? Well, of course. It is Stefanos Kokas. And he's the one I'm really gutted about. We should never have sold him, but we had no choice at the time. What a signing he was. He could have easily been a starter for us now. It's so gutting that we lost him. And I guess he could... Oh, he plays here. So they're kind of playing him out of position. And they've also got this guy, who's nowhere near as good. Hey, Smog Brother. Isaiah Jones in that pass. Isaiah Jones, which... I'm not sure I'm familiar with which team Isaiah Jones plays for. Apologies. So yeah, we got Skordis as well. So that's why I had to move out Pebbles. And the reason for moving out Warner was, of course, the signing of Joshua Crompton, who I believe genuinely could be an absolute... Oh, Borough. Could be a worldie. He's got 18 agility at 20 years old. Moshonas. Maybe. Oh, he might have been, you know. Maybe Ajax picked him up then. I mean, this guy, for me, could be a worldie. And it's rare that we get, like, an English worldie. But I think the only reason we've been able to get this guy is because he was Sheffield United. Because he's been at Sheffield United and not one of the big... Because I think they're Championship in this save, aren't they? Oh, they're actually Premier League. Straight out of Crompton. There's so much you can do with it. Guy's born in Raleigh. So he's from Essex. But 16 crossing, 16 dribbling, solid finishing and composure, insane agility, great acceleration, great pace, great stamina, great work rate, great technique. He's basically perfect. The only thing he's missing is long shots, but who cares, right? I think he's brilliant. Amazing flair. 6'2" as well for those back post headers. I think Joshua Crompton is the next big thing beyond the likes of Pereira and Pineda, and I think he'll be happy with being that. That's the great thing about Crompton. He is on the loan list, but yeah, it's rare that we can ever... Oh, see you later, Daz. Yeah, I already expect to defeat their Palace look really good. That's the 2 o'clock kickoff, isn't it? Oh. Hang on, your birthday. Daz, it's your birthday. I didn't know. HHHHB, my friend. I'm sure... I swear I saw some of those in chat earlier, which makes me think I have missed it, and I'm so sorry about that. Oh, dear. But yeah, Joshua Crompton as well. So basically the way I looked at it was Warner out, Crompton in. He's 6 years younger, and he's cost about the same amount of money. So we basically switched out. And then we get Skordis instead of Pebbles. And Valmir leaving is more just a case of me freshening the squad up and getting money that I can. Because I don't think we need Valmir anymore. The real reason I'm leaving. I knew it. I bloody knew it. So there's that. That's where we at. Finances are also pretty puggy right now. We're only at a £3 million loss this season. Warner out, Crompton in. It feels like Rotherham's managerial roundabout. Pretty much. And I'm here for it. So, today, though, just to catch you up as well, if you've missed the last stream, we are currently sitting 7th in the Champions League. We've got 0 defeats, but we've also had 3 0-0 draws all the way from home. PSG and Liverpool, we absolutely take those, even though I think we were the better side against PSG. Liverpool, it was a massively good draw for both teams. Sevilla, we absolutely hammered them and got an unlucky draw. Home wins, I think it was. Oh no, we beat Young Boys, Benfica and Man United. So we had a very strong set of games as well. And today, we have 2 home games against Shakhtar and Napoli. Shakhtar are 23rd, Napoli are 35th. So really, we should be finishing on 18 points, relatively comfortable, looking good. Carl Ung. And there he is, the Hammarby legend. Actually, I suppose in a way, he isn't really a Hammarby legend. He's an FC Copenhagen legend that then went down. Oh, didn't play much for either of them. Who did Napoli lose to? Fucking everybody, apparently. They haven't won a game yet. They've lost to Benfica, Real Madrid and Bayer Leverkusen. Understandable. Drawn against PSV Eindhoven, Sevilla and Young Boys. Wow, they've drawn to the only team directly below them as well. Henry scored a free kick. Oh, he did, didn't he? I like that Henry's enjoying like an Indian summer to his career. Come back to Europe after a lovely little spell at Al Hilal. Bang. Just things you'll love to see from Henry. At least he didn't score against us when we played them last year. But you can see Hamron playing naan. It's the garlic and coriander naan, Pog. If that, yeah. Van der Velde. Am I missing? Is he on the... Oh, there, yeah. Wait, he's... Holy shit. Scout, please. Where did he... 20 goals in the league that year. 17 that year. Hey, look, chat. It's a giant Serbian Belgian. I know we've seen him before. We must have done, man. He's really cheap. I know. Shitty jumping reach, but he's very, very acceleratory. Oh, we're scouting him. We are scouting him. For sure. High natural fitness. I love it. Where was he born? Good question. He was born in Belgrade. Straight up Belgrade. Yeah, it's Tom van der Velde, the Belgian Serb. 9 caps for Serbia. Only 2 goals, surprisingly. Like that from him. He's definitely worth a proper look. Out of interest, is there anyone else in here that's just like from a really smaller side that maybe is worth a look? Yeah, as long as the report doesn't come back and he's like 2-star, which is almost impossible. Let's just actually ask his agent now. 6 and 10 is a lot. So he'd probably end up costing us about 8 million. And that is a problem. Because I don't think we find him alone. Yeah, we just looked at Ung. Unfortunately, he's 30 years old. Or is it 32? He's fairly old. So, weirdly, Crompton's actually going to have to start today. Because both Pereira and Pineda are injured for these 2 Champions League matches, which means we get to see Joshua Crompton in the flesh straight off the bat in the Champions League. No pressure, eh, Joshy boy? I love that Babesi just doesn't even look out of place in this team now. 4-star CA. Lahovic, Gillet, Kravets is in there too. Guzmanson, Paez and Pereira, which is great news because Kadri's got a slight knock. Fulvio now should get a little bit more game time potentially. Menyevar might get a few options. The one place where I'm still not sure if actually selling... I feel like I'm happy to sell Velmir because I still believe that we can bring someone else up to play that role. Who wants Crompton on loan? No one, right? Yeah, no one. I've tried, but my hope was that we could get him out on loan because he's still behind technically... Didn't try to sell Holland. Oh, I tried, but nobody was interested, unfortunately. He's still like... I even look at his intermediaries. The deals are so bad for him that it's just... Yeah, Blaž Krau is 4 stars now. But only specifically as a midfielder. Oh, yeah, you're right, Blaž Krau. He can play the Volante role, can't he? Kind of. I wouldn't want him to, but he can do it. We've actually had some quite big bids on Krau. Definitely more than that. So the squad still looks good. And let's not forget, we've got the Fulvios, we've got Menyevar, Skordis, Bizarma, Atta as well. I do wonder if... I still think I'm going to sell Valmir, but... do we need to? The problem with selling Valmir is it would then remove our only real good backup Volante. And they're so hard to come by. That's the question. Yeah, Crown's a BWM option, but it's more about the... I suppose we've got Gert as the Volante as well. True. That's a good point, actually. Gert is more than capable of playing Segunda. And move the others across. Yeah, actually, no, fair. That makes sense, actually. My assistant is obsessed with doing that anyway, so we might as well allow him to have his fun, right? Yeah, no, that makes me happy. I wondered if I'd accidentally put... Oh, is it Joshua Crompton? Oh, it's not. It's Scordis. Number 12. Sorry, bud. Not allowed. Is there any lower numbers you could have? This would annoy a few people, and therefore, I'm definitely doing it. Aruna Cody's just waking up in a cold sweat there. Our new attacking midfielder wearing the number 2. He wanted 12. I've given him half of what he wanted. If I could have made him number 1, I would have done. Midfielders with the 2 roles. I don't think we need to, honestly. It's like... I'm selling these players so that we get ourselves on a nice stable financial footing with the players we've just signed, and this keeps us balanced. And if we then go and look for more players, we're just going back into the debt again. And I'm pretty pleased with the squad as things stand here. Scored decent. Okay. Anyone in here I recognise? I like that they've got a full squad with actual faces on their players, which is always nice. Right, this should be straightforward for us. God, look at how big our stadium is looking these days. Now that, remember, it is now maxed out again. We're back to 27,000 seater. So we are now back to having the biggest stadium in Malta by quite some distance. It's finished. It's lovely to see. And I bet you still all we're going to see is that empty stand. Wait, are we getting an Insta highlight? We are. Annoyingly off of a Napoli kickoff. Yeah, still that entire stand is missing because apparently that stand only holds 2,000 people. Bear in mind, we only have 2,000 standing capacity, yet that entire stand is always missing. Which is always funny. But luckily, we'll just pretend that it's the other end. Go on. Joshua Crompton. Straight off the bat. Can he find a pass? Yes, he can. Babesi. Here we go, Crompton. Go on, Josh. Babesi. Whips it across, potentially. Oh, Foad. Nice idea. Maybe should have gone for the pass next time, lad, but we'll give you that. Non-traditional numbers. Yes. I'm a huge fan of the non-traditional numbering. Also, Real Madrid have a plus 14 goal difference here. Now, we've got 2 other Maltese sides in action today. Hamron hosting Barca. Goodger away at Man City. F's in chat, I guess. Pretty much. But, you know, weirder stuff has happened. Just probably not like to happen today. Just a nice little set-piece goal or something would give us a good start. Ah, ooh, okay, that's not even cleared properly yet. Jalea, that is. God damn it. Vieira at 72. To be fair, we were looking through our squad lineup the other day, and if you look at our squad, 14, 72, 31, 15, 37, 7, 51, 29, 16, 9, 53. Our striker still wears 53. It's great. It's because they get given really high squad numbers when they first join the club because we've got such a massive squad. And then just stay there, pretty much. 1-0 Barca already. 2-0 Barca already. Yeah, Hamron are getting a little bit wrecked here, aren't they? We've been a bit average here. Please not another 0-0 draw. Be great if we could actually, like... The issue basically has just been Reynoso scoring. In Europe this year, he has not been it. Did get a couple against young boys, but he's been very mid compared to where he was last year with his 19 goals. Oh, and there we go. Carlos Vieira, 1-0. Right on the stroke of half time. Wait, what? Yep, it's onside. Lovely news. Pires with the knockdown. Vieira with the goal. I assume it's offside off the... Wait, where is the offside? I think... Either way, it's a goal. Good delivery. Sirens 1. Napoli 0. Great start. It's not been the best performance from us so far, but if we get it over the line, we get it over the line, right? This is every week. Or just mix it up a little bit. So they're not actually... That player isn't even that number. They just get given a random shirt. Like, it's a solid performance from us. We've not looked great going forward. Compton's had a bit of a struggle so far. So there's that. Free kick taken quickly, Compton. Love it. He's not had the best debut. I will grant him that. But, you know, if we win the game and he gets a full 90 minutes in the Champions League, then, in a way, it's actually well worth it. I think the match sharpness isn't probably quite there yet. He's obviously not up to speed yet. He's been playing for Sheffield United. Now he's jumped straight into the Champions League against Napoli here. So that's a great... Oh, love the idea. How's Babesi getting on? Not the best game from him so far. Oh, what a pass. Reynoso. Oh, it's beautiful. It's Sirens 2, Napoli 0. And look who got the assist. By Jove, it's Joshua Crompton. Love to see it. That is a lovely pass. More like it. That's actually a really nice ball. Particularly first time, right around the side. Lovely first touch from Reynoso. And he actually scores in the Champions League. Was our second goal scored earlier than our first goal? In terms of actual match time? Because that was in like the 50... Ah, City have scored. By Jove, yeah. Right, so it looks like it's not going great for Malta rather than us. But if we win, we win, right? That's the main thing. A few more goals would be nice, though, just for the goal difference. Kravitz again. I've enjoyed his work so far. Padilla, oh, go on. It's going to go alone. Oh, he does love a bit of that. Is this... Yep, this... I'm totally here for it. Yes, let's go to the mall chat. Although we kind of have done that today, essentially, with our signings already. But by Leo, no. Did you guys see in the Europa Conference League, I think it was, on... Oh, what a pass. Padilla, he's through. Padilla! Oh, it's beautiful again. The 30... That is onside. That is lovely, by the way. We'll come back to that in a second. This is glorious football. I love it when Reynoso drops deep and is actually a link-up man occasionally. Like, it allows that run from Padilla to get beyond him, and it's just a really nice finish across the goalkeeper. That is his 18th goal of the season, I think, from Padilla in all competitions, which is mad. Like, absolutely insane. We take that. Or surely not more. But yeah, the game against... Oh, Christ, who was it? It was... I think it was a Swiss side. St. Gallen versus a Polish side. I forget which Polish side it was. Might have even been Swansk. Where there was like 22 minutes of stoppage time. Swansk got a red... They got 3 red cards. Oh my God, it's an own goal nearly. Wow. Yeah, the penalty shootout. Wisła. Was it Wisła? Was it Wisła? I could have sworn it wasn't Wisła. I thought it was Swansk against St. Gallen. Maybe it was Wisła. Yeah, it was Swansk, yeah. Crazy. Like 118th minute... Sorry, they got a red card in the 18th minute of second half stoppage time, and then St. Gallen scored in the 22nd minute. They'd already had 2 red cards in that game as well. Oh. How did Wisła get on? Yeah, Joe Linton... Well, he scored the goal yesterday, didn't he? Don't know how they managed to... Oh, just wide. FC Noah keeper score from his own penalty area. Really? That's dope. Because they knocked out... Because FC Noah, they're what? Are they Armenian? No, they're not Armenian, are they? Or are they? Oh, Crompton's through. Joshua Crompton, can he get another one? Oh, he should have done. He seems to have grown into this game. I've been quite enjoying him as this game's worn on. I mean, oh, they are Armenian. Okay. I only know that because I had a look at the squad and I saw a few Armenian names and just wondered if they were, but the name didn't sound very Armenian. I won't be able to actually look at it, but it's... I appreciate it nevertheless. Goodman's had a really poor game, actually. Oh, no video. Oh, text tweet. Right. Cultural tough for Barrow. Unlucky lads. I like football accounts. I like football... official football accounts doing sassy things. It's just... Nothing will ever be as good as the... when Nottingham Forest tweeted that thing and then Palace basically took the piss out of it. Like, the following week or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was very funny. They play so... Oh, wow. That'd be cool if they actually did there. So, to be fair, Karen is a very common name in Armenia, is it not? No penalty. That was never going to be given, to be fair. Probably should make some subs in a minute now that we're 3-0 up. This game's kind of got away from Napoli a little bit. Unless we go back post-header here. Go on, Padilla. Find the pass. Or just really, really don't. Either's fine. This is such a tune. I think, if it is what I think it is. Yeah. Anyone else think that this song by Breaking the Horizon sounds an awful lot like a song by the XX? The guitar line sounds very, very similar to the XX. Almost to the point where it sounds like a sample. We're going to score this on the right side. Then we'll Fulvio through the middle. Give them a chance here. Get out there. Sauerschnieg. Ooh. With Palacio. I think we need to start fast-tracking Hans Zimmer to the first team a little bit as well, so he can be the backup to Babasi if we need him to. Because we are a little light there. But that's okay. So it's Brentford Palace today at 2, and then, what was it, Chelsea at City at 4. Ooh, I might actually be able to watch that, Babasi. Go on, have a shot, lad. Oh. He'll get goals. He will, eventually. I think we kind of needed this just for the goal difference a little bit. 430. Oh, 430. Of course it is, yeah. £50 for the year. Oh, God, that sucks. It's like that a month here. And you don't even get to watch most of the games. Oh, 12 the EFL. Oh, really? Okay. Didn't really... Because what is the situation with the EFL? I'm noticing a lot more highlighty stuff going on. As far as, I feel like Sky are putting more highlights on YouTube. So what is the new EFL package then? How does that, like, break down? Are they just showing more games in general? That'll probably annoy fans more than anything, just because they'll have moved so many damn fixtures around. Big Ben UTV, thank you for the follow. I am glad football's back, though. It's weird. It's like, I said to Pog yesterday, I was like, football's back. And she was like, is that a good thing? I was like, yeah, I think so. It's like, it's there because it's a thing I like, but I'm also not like over the moon about it because now Fulham get to disappoint me. I've had 3 months without that. Local backup Jesus packet. Oh, absolutely, mate. Yeah, I would yeah, for sure. To be fair, in the UK, you get Sky and you got TNT, and you'll see maybe 25% of the games. Although I think we weren't that great. I think people are giving us more credit than we perhaps deserve. Man United actually had some really good chances in that game. And if it wasn't for Leno making some really good saves, we could have easily lost that game 3-0. I did think Mazraoui looked really good. I liked him on the ball. It took me a while to work out what position he was playing in, which maybe not the best thing. But I really liked some of the some of his passes when he pushed into midfield. He loves this little reverse pass, but he did it to us several times. Adama he can't get his head up. He will run with the ball like crazy, but he just very rarely gets his head up, and it seems to break up our play quite a lot. And Pereira in a deeper role, not a fan. Also, Lukic stayed on the pitch way too long. For about the last 20 minutes before he got substituted, he was shocking. He gave the ball away pretty much every time he got it, and almost single-handedly gave Man United 3 or 4 chances in that game. It was not great from him. I almost wonder if Silva was playing Pereira alongside Lukic to make a point about the fact that we are missing a 6. Because last year at Old Trafford, we played a Lukic and Reed pairing in like a double pivot, and they were really good there. Ken looked rusty. Yeah. One thing I will say about Kenny that he does really well, he's so good at slowing the play down and breaking up the play with winning free kicks and stuff. He's brilliant at it because he's got such fast feet. He doesn't look like he'd have insanely fast feet, but he's so good at winning those little niggly fouls. It's brilliant. It's just going to be... We just weren't that amazing, honestly. Not telling a full story. Yeah. True. We did have some good build-up play at times, but our final product was very lacking a lot of the time as well, which didn't help. God, Atta's looking good too, actually. It does feel like it's almost like it's taking a little while to wind up this year, a little bit. Zirkzee... The finish was really good. He is so much taller than I thought he was. For some reason, and I don't know why this is, I think it might be the hair, and that I've never actually seen him like running or anything or walking around. I thought he was quite a diminutive player, and then I saw him on the touchline and went, oh my god, that man is stacked. He is, but he's not slow either. I like him. He's like, great finish. Like, what more do you want as a United fan? Guy comes on, guy scores a goal. If anything, what I will say though is I felt like, weirdly, when he came on, for the first sort of little while when he came on, he was not particularly that useful, because it felt like now they had a traditional striker, our centre-backs were able to do much more traditional things, whereas I feel like Mason Mount, despite, the pitfalls, was at least creating some very interesting runs, and it was hard to track. Nobody passes to it. Probably, yeah. Really hot in England yesterday. Nah. It was all right. Like, Pog and I went for a walk yesterday, so I missed a lot of the 3 o'clock kickoffs and just got them on my phone. It was hot outside, but like not like stupidly hot, to the point where we could go for an hour and a half walk in the fields and it was fine. Also, on the way back, we stopped at the shop and I had a Twister for the first time in about 15 years, and they are just as good as I remember them being. It's delightful. Marshall, yeah, I really like Mazraoui. I think he's a really good signing. The finish was superb. Sweetie versus Tottenham. That's... Weirdly, I feel like there actually might be something in that game for us. I don't know why I feel like this. It's just because Quantum Hotspur in this save, right? Let's see if the theory of quantum Spursiness continues. When they're observed, they fall apart, right? Let's see if it continues. Chat, it's a thing. I'm telling you, it's a thing. Quantum Hotspur. It's impossible. They go about their business just fine. Win games, win European trophies. The moment that we focus on them, they just absolutely collapse. 1-0 Sweetie. Jean Donsuck with the goal. Completely deserved as well. Sweetie actually could have won that by more goals. Holy shit. God, I'm so glad Sweetie are back in Europe, because they are now 7th. 13 points on the board. Haven't lost a single game in Europe so far this season either. They're in a good chance of getting top 8 in the Europa League. It's more points for Malta. We're now only Oh my God, we are literally fractions of a point behind England on the year. I mean, although I think we were actually ahead of them briefly. Either way, we're matching England pace for pace this season, which is all we could possibly want to do. Play MTK Budapest. Really? I don't know what to suggest. Are you using a custom database? Yeah, literally. If we focus on Spurs, they lose. Which is why I made sure to place extra focus on them before that game, because it does seem to work. I wonder if there's a reverse scenario like that. Maybe that's how we get the wins against like Shakhtar. Not Shakhtar, like Shamrock Rovers and that. Oh, more non-ECL teams, so they will probably be outscoring. Oh no, they absolutely will. The moment that the group stage finishes, the cheaty points will catapult England ahead. But that's not really the big deal. For me, it's just a question of how close can we stay. Valme to Benfica, it's happening. 35.5 million. Bang. Andreu, that's just a random free signing. I'm happy with that. Like, both him and Pebbles have been good servants, but getting nearly £60 million for the pair of them to Benfica, I think is good business for us, even if they are going to be worth money there. And it allows us to keep our squad nice and balanced. So yeah, did you answer the question about, like, are you using a custom database or anything like that? I know Hungary's in the base game. So I read the title of the screen. Oh, God. I don't think I can actually play TikToks in case of, like, copyrighted music, unfortunately, Mason. Just in case. I don't want to get copyright struck, if I can avoid it anyway. Says man listening to copyright music right now. But I've got things preparing us for that. Blazquat. Well, that's a really shitty bid. Like, lads, what are you doing? Come on. You're better than this. No copyright music. You say that, but, like, you don't know what is copyrighted and what isn't. Right? Oh, I can't...
What have I done?
I'm a bit confused as to what that was for. I'm going to be honest with you. Don't need to come to databases. When you say it crashes, so the moment that you select MTK, the game crashes. That's really weird. That was... Yeah. Oh, I accidentally installed that shit. Yeah, so... it's weird. So the game actually crashes the moment you click something, which is really odd to me. Yeah, plus it might autoplay. Plus, like, even things like the visual images there from Star Wars or something, right? Oh, okay, right. Sorry, I was very confused. Oh my God. I realise a lot of these guys are going to be out of our price range, but oh my God. Like, what? Actually, let me just look at these first. Yeah, insanely expensive. Fair enough. You are... What am I listening to? Oh, okay. Select license and then click continue. Select license. I'm not sure what to tell you. He's very good. And it's called Luigi. But we don't need another one. We don't need another right winger when I've just spent 23 million. Ironically, the exact same price on one of these guys. I kind of want to scout him more just because I want to see what he's actually like. But I'm not going to sign him, I promise. Velarde. Oh, okay. He's fun. He's very Crompton. Even down to the price. It's actually mad. Juve guy... Wait. Oh, Real Madrid sold him. £1 million a week. Fair play for you for getting 25 million there. Jasper Dow. I'm so gutted that we weren't quite in the... Good Christ. Oh, we could have had him on a free transfer. I think this might be my biggest mistake of the save, honestly. Not signing Jasper Dows, even when it would have broken our wage structure, was probably the biggest mistake of the save. We could have had him on a free transfer. He cost them 3 million because they paid up front. Custom database of MTK Budapest. Oh, I don't know. To be fair, barely anything was changed about that database. It was just some like little flavor stuff, really. It wasn't any different to the one the game would had. Oh, God, he's elite, isn't he? He's so elite. But oh well, nothing's perfect, right? But fucking hell, he was so good. Who are you? Fiorentina. All right. He probably would, yeah, because he'd have wanted a new contract, and I would have had to pay him a lot to get him on a 5-yearer. But still. We've been knocked out of the Champions League group stage. That one, it probably, yeah. Yeah, he's earning good money there. He wanted basically like £90,000 a week from us, right? Or was it over 100? I think it was over 100. But at the time, our highest earner was on like 50. And we also had highest wage earner clauses with like Palacio. So at the time, it didn't make sense. But this is why. You just can't tell with players, right?
9 months of watching you create more meaningless content instead of going out into the world and living. I could have been someone special, damn you.
It's true.
Still, could be worse. I could be watching you play Balladro.
Hey, I got the double, right? The dub happened. 6'6" Paul Perez. He seems silly not to sign, right? It would be rude not to pick up Paul Perez at this stage, if you ask me. Provided his wages aren't... What the hell? Wages are fine. He's 20, so loan farm still feels like an option. I didn't actually see how much they'd ask for. That's quite a lot, bro. Can you, like... Alright. Yeah, I mean, when has ever signing a striker called Perez gone wrong for us? I ask you. It's just... Who's Skip gone to? Now, Stepanek. At least his name's not Thomas Stepanek, I guess. Ruben... Oh, we don't know much about this guy yet, do we? But he does be looking interesting. Actually, just now that we've got rid of those big guys, let me just... Why is John T. Dodge proving so hard to scout properly, by the way? It feels like I'd never get this guy scouted. Justice Ogbonna. Love the name. 5'11", low strength. Okay jumping reach. 13 jumping reach on a 5'11 player is actually really decent. He's a springy boy. This guy's only 3 million, but he'd have to be... He's an interesting one. Cesare Stepanek. Or Stepanek. Is 3 million still too much, even though it's a release clause? He is snail-like. Correct. I'm not convinced either. It almost feels like if he didn't have the release clause, he'd be more like 7 million, and that would also be way too much. Do you know what I mean? But I'm just not sure he will. I think that he's not match engineer enough, honestly. There's Juan Jimenez. See, if I've got 3 to 5 million, right, and I'm either spending it on him or Juan Jimenez, it's just the game. Look at the difference, bros. What is this? Lloydie, thank you for the 37 bloody months. Another Juan. We'll have a Juan and a Perez. Now we just need to find a Jose. Slow again. Yeah, but like the rest of him's so good. I think for 18, the rest of him is so good that he's just loan farm. Yeah, they are different positions, of course, but was it not Juan Jose Perez? I've literally forgotten his name. That's how little he meant to me, Jinjo. Just make sure I get rid of that first. See, why'd you have to go and do that to me, San Lorenzo? I'm not going to pay... 7 million feels like a bit much for a player that's going to be a loanee. Which one? He's back in NASCAR. You're a Brighton player, so the less about you, the better. Thomas Brune, wanted by lots of teams, which means you might actually be quite good. He's one of those guys that's actually probably got quite respectable respectable PA, but we just can't afford to take that kind of wage on at the moment. You're very expensive. It's Saz24. Exclamation mark skin in chat. Manuel Jairzinho. Well, you know, sometimes I like to make a little bit of a stupid move. Yeah, exclamation mark skin and you'll get the skin. Right, let's have a look at Mr. Cheap Belarusian here, just because Belarusian, right? Well worth it for the price. Low wage. Done. How's your guy looking? We'll have a look in a minute. I mean, fact is, he was part of that sweetie side that just beat Tottenham, so... Oh, mate. It's rare that you find a Belarusian that actually passes the scouting tests that we do, right? So I'm more than happy to bring him in. What about our last chap here, Iranian, Siamak Molay? 2 caps for Iran. Saz's as far as I'm aware, Saz's current standpoint on it is that he will not be making a skin for FM25 because, like he says, it's easier for him to say that and then make one than promise that he will and have to turn around and say that he can't do it because for whatever reason, right? And I totally agree with him on that front. I'd much rather him just say no and then surprise us with one if he does find a way to do it, right? My hope is that the base skin in next year's game will be of a sufficient level of functionality that we won't need an external skin. and other lies. These are the other lies I've brought to you today. But that's my hope, anyway. Youngster, weird that he's not requested a loan move, but you can have that too, bud. I know, I've got all sorts of jokes, chat. I'm here all week. But, you know, we will see. I like to think that it's at least going to be better than the basic skin is in FM right now, right? Please. It's going to take a little while. Or we'll just get lucky and some of the Unity, some of the guys that like are really into FM but have never made skins before, maybe Unity people instead, and now go, hey, this is my time to shine. It could just be a different group of people that do the skins from now on. So it may no longer be Saz and Musterman and TCS. It could be, or Tato. It could be a different set of people that we've not heard of before, you know? And the Saz can finally rest. Shral Silver, thank you for the follow. It can. To be fair, I haven't considered the possibility that it could be worse. Like, there is always that in the back of my mind, you know, yeah, cool. Surely it can't get any worse than it is. But what if it did? Wow. And it's a wild pog. Wild pogs couldn't keep me away because she has brought me and coffee. Is this a Tesco's one?
Yeah.
Oh.
I did ask for decaf, so if it's not, I'm sorry.
Bloody hell. Try that.
Is that really strong? Well, that's well caramelly.
It's very caramelly, yeah.
That's nice.
Jesus.
Should we do a Tesco's haul?
Colin skin. I haven't seen that one before. The Tesco's what? A Tesco's haul. Oh, okay. Hang on, wait. Chat, welcome to an unboxing with me. We've got cheese. There's cheese.
I thought I'd buy some more cheese.
You'll love to see it. I'm going to be extra right now, so excuse me. What's that there? It's Ritz Crackers in Philadelphia. Damn right. Famous city. And famous cracker. It's
Naan bread.
naan bread. I'm reading it off the screen for some reason. What else we got? It's roasted garlic. Uncle Ben, my favourite uncle. Ribena for some reason.
For me.
For you. For her. It's garlic baguettes. Double pack, obviously. For your boy.
Tikka meat.
It's tikka meat. Because lazy.
And then,
oh, building up something big here. Come on, what are we saying? It's Cornetto Soft Boys. You'll love to see it.
£17 this all going to.
£17, that's quite a lot. Was it just because of my coffee?
Oh no, that was extra.
Double pack. Well, you know, when we're feeling fancy, we whack out the old double pack there. Dining at the Ritz with the double pack of garlic bread, bro.
That's just for you.
I know it is. I shit you not. When we do comfy pasta, we will quite literally put 3 garlic baguettes inside.
And 2 are for him. 2 are for him. And sometimes he finishes mine.
Because you don't want it. I'm doing a favour to the world. Why waste food, eh? There's someone starving in... It's me.
For £1 a month, you can feed SYC.
For just $3.99 a month, which is a Twitch subscription.
You can feed SYC for a solid 2 days.
A cooking and eating stream. Oh, Jesus Christ. You don't want that, trust me. Just me making chef pasta. Well, Cornetto Soft Boys definitely sound like a team that would play in, like, maybe Jamaican lower league, I'm thinking. Potentially.
Also, you're welcome. You owe me £17.
To sustain that garlic bread edition. Or, well, about this amount currently. Although, one more, thanks to Moggle which is an unbelievable name. Thank you very much, Moggle. Amazing. That's so kind of you. I'll transfer you the money, my love. You'd love to see it. I was going to show you some stuff, wasn't I, prior to us getting involved in this game. And then Pog so beautifully walked in with her presents and whatnot.
And coffee.
And coffee.
And food for you.
And food for me, which is always my favourite. Food for me is my favourite type of food. Yeah. Garlic brick. I bet it did, honestly. Mog, like, it's just a good garlic baguette, isn't it? So the Sainsbury's one's pretty poggy too, actually, I must say.
Sainsbury's flatbread ones are really nice.
The flap... No, even the garlic baguettes from Sainsbury's are pretty peng.
I really like the flatbreads with the cheese on.
The flatbreads are good. They go well with the chef pasta. I do like garlic bread. Garlic bread is my spirit animal, frankly. It goes with everything. I'd eat that with ice cream if I had the chance, you know? Heard of golden... Yeah, I mean, I am the epitome of boy dinner. It's just... Fuck it, girl dinner. Okay, so we got Cortales. How do I say his name? I wish Inferno was here for this exact moment, because that surname with a double L, is it just Cortels, or am I saying Cortege? It feels weird to say in my mouth, you know? I don't feel comfortable with it. I wish I did. Well then. The ironic thing being, I said that directly after reading aloud one of your chat messages. That my decaf coffee hasn't kicked in yet, you know? Inferno's been ghosted in real life, apparently. Yeah, Jesus Christ. It's Valencia. Well, in that case, I'll just pretend you're not here. You failed me. Oh, sorry, mate. Oh, wait, I hate when that happens. Got away with it. Cool. My thoughts are with you at this time. Oh, dear, I'm a dick. Not intentionally. Please note that whenever I am a dick, it is always accidental. Wait, they still have Marat Pronin? Are they just collecting Ukrainian strikers? Wow, he's not worth very much, is he? Yeah, Albert, you're going to have to find a new man to support there. Oh, I was going to check on Vandenhout, wasn't I? And also the database lookup while we're at it. Do a double. Yeah, they bimmed off Mamadov to Dortmund for like 8 million quid, which I was a little bit disappointed about, honestly. How's the Flemster... Okay. More on him in a minute. Oh, Roy, he's not even playing for him. How could you do this to him? So he signs for them last year, 4 appearances. That was January already. But this year, 6 appearances in the league, none in Europe. Is he even in their squad? Do you pay fucking... Oh, why would you do this to us? Like, sweet, you've got loads of money for him, but come on. It just makes me sad. His career, in a way, might end up being one of the biggest disappointments of this save. Cortais. Okay, Cortais. Okay, we'll try with that one. Like being a concert on Matt's wrongdoings. Fair enough. I'll just have to find guys called Arifi and Alberto with Viswell, right? How many real players are there? Good question. I think we might be down to like single digi kind of level. Maybe even less. That doesn't make any sense. That's no digis. In before there's none left, and I'm absolutely right. Okay, I'm not. There's 2 guys left. One who's retiring, one, incredibly, is not. So Obertrifter of Waldorf is retiring this summer. But remarkably, Mohammed Hussein Saidi, who doesn't have a club, isn't currently retiring. Oh, fuck, hang on. Let me just... We could potentially sign him and just try and keep him alive. And he's Afghan, which is just kind of cool. I've always wanted to find a really good Afghan player. I feel like the best chance you got of getting one is probably them coming through at a German side. Wow, that's a lot of squad numbers. Holy shit, we're up to nearly 80 players in the the squad that's actually here and available. That's terrifying. I really hope we don't lose this game, because this would be our first defeat in over a year. In all competitions. Please, please, please don't do this to me, FM. Please don't do this to me, FM. Yes! The roll continues as Jose Angel Cortais and Alden Zek, the 2 new boys, linking up for the goals and an assist for Scordis. I like it. I feel like the future's bright here. We stay unbeaten. This is good. I just want to see how long we can keep this unbeaten run going for. Chat, what is the European record as far as unbeaten runs go? Because bear in mind, we're unbeaten 48 games in the league, but we're unbeaten even more than that in all competitions. I do wonder what the longest European or like unbeaten record is for in all comps, because I think we must be getting pretty close to breaking that now, which is crazy. Because I feel like, what Leverkusen on the way towards that last season, or like were sort of in the conversation, was it actually 51 games? Oh wow, I thought there was someone that got like 60. Arsenal's invincible. No, but they lost in cups that year, didn't they? Did they actually break it? Wow, I swear there was a team that got like 60-something games unbeaten. Because if so, we've already beaten that. We're into the mid-60s for unbeaten games now. So this is him. Someone did actually tell me how to pronounce his name. Because we saw it before. Thought I was right. Really? Milan at 58 games. Okay, I think we've beaten that as well. I'm fairly certain that our unbeaten run already... For single season, yeah. So I meant like longest unbeaten run in all competitions over a long period of time without including a single season, like over anything. I think have already set that new European record then. Because I think, as far as I'm aware, we're into the 60s as far as games go. So this is this season. And our last defeat was here. 22nd of November, 2044. So there is a stat that pops up sometimes to tell us what the exact number is, but I haven't got that screen to trigger for a little while. I think I just got a bit bored of us. Right, let's see if I can sign him. 31 second wins. No, we haven't. We still haven't managed to even get the... No, go away, Mohammed. What are you doing? Stop trying to be a staff member. That's no fun. About Fulvio. No, bruv, we've literally just restructured the entire team so that you can stay. You're on a lot of money. Hot dog. With him, I might just agree to loan him and then just not do it. That's usually the best bet in these kind of scenarios. They usually give you a reasonable amount of time to sort the loan out anyway, so we just end up playing him alone and then he's happy to stay anyway. I hate that. If there was a Maltese side in that, I'd have been tempted, honestly. We could try and drop his playing time down a little bit, but he's only set to squad player as it is. I think I'd struggle to get it dropped down any further than that, honestly. You've got no interest. Of course you do. No interest in joining Barcelona. Things you'll love to see. It's just... James. I've made you Colombian for a second there, bud. 62 for Celtic and 60. I think we are still above both of those two. Our biggest... I'll get there. It wasn't a look-up, so I keep forgetting. Yeah, James Red, you're getting there. You're still National A license, so there's plenty of time to grow. Although you're a scout anyway, so it's unlikely to be of that greatest importance. Valenhout at Sweetie. There he is. He's pretty good, isn't he? Like, 18 appearances this season already for Sweetie United. He's just very solid. Staff, I don't know, actually. This is why I like being able to look up some of the Patreon regions, because a good amount of them... Oh, you did? Oh, I got so excited for a second. You're really weird. Such a very strange scout. Obviously, we can... Not scout, sorry. Very weird coach. We'll have you as well. Where we got gaps? Jesus, we've got a lot more room for scouts. We have to do some map men at some point if we get time. But hot dog. I don't want to put you as a first team coach, but I think we've got more room in the under 23s because I'm pretty certain Zabar stole another one of our coaches. Oh yeah, we've got loads of space now. So we'll have you as an under 23 coach. Which is dope. We've got so much space now. But yeah, Zabar's new manager is another one of our under 23 guys with he uses loan farm. So I might need to run Slugs' software again. I like that. It feels like a lot of the... Oh, here's a question, chat. Do you think, as I suspect now, that facing the game players or anyone with that same designation have a higher likelihood of becoming a coach? Because I feel like I see way more of those guys becoming coaches than I do normal players. Because way more of the facing the game players have become coaches than I'm used to seeing from random retired players. Youngest ever goal scorer. Because when you look at how, like, I feel like every other Patreon region that I look up now that's retired is a coach of some form or some form of staff member. I mean, we've employed half of them already. Hadrian's here, James is here, Archibald Evers will be here in a minute. James and Kathy wasn't one, but that's like 3 out of 4. Oh, needless to say, Hibbos, we're about to sign him as a coach. So yes, he is a coach. He's very strange, but he will be joining us a coach for under 23s. Becoming their coaches. I'd love that. That'd be amazing. I don't want Sleemer getting into Europe, but I'm not really sure who I'd want to replace them with. This is the issue we've got now. Jan Cavalcante. Has he come around yet? No. Wow. No Cavalcante? No Jan Cavalcante's yet. I think Alba Redonda had fully retired. Yeah, so that's 3 out of 5. Only the 2 caps. Hadrian was the Austin FC goalkeeper coach in Premier League. No way! Oh, I forgot I gave you the database, didn't I? You found some crazy shit in there. One evening, I was sat in a car park waiting for Pog because she had this appointment or something. And I was just reading through that, like, that document you sent me, all the crazy shit you found. It was brilliant. Kane Full of Love isn't in the database. That much I can assure you of. We don't believe that he's actually a face in the game anymore. Ah, Richard DeMeyer. Also retired. Yeah, I believe that Kane Full of Love genuinely isn't a face in the game this season. Which is great. Trying to scan Polaroids look really dark. I don't know. I've never scanned Polaroids before. Basically, when we went to that little weekend away with some mates, a mate of mine's massive into cameras, and he brought like an old Polaroid, and we got all these cool pictures of it. He's also sending off like 400 rolls of film to get developed. So yeah, we just had all these like random cool old cameras. It's so cool. He just buys them on eBay. It's dope. The photos look really good, actually. They immediately conjure a sense of nostalgia, even though it was like 3 weeks ago, which is dope. More reports on Babasi. Things you'd love to see. Andre Blake. If he's a real player, then yes, he's gone. Could I interest you in Andrew Baker? Sorry, yeah, if you're looking up a real player, I can immediately tell you they're not in the database. There's 2 real players left. Sorry. Yeah, there's 2 real players left in the save right now. Although he could have been a coach, in fairness, so it's still worth a look up. But I'll just refund if they're not available. Yeah, it's got him in his little box now. Oh, Alberto, I'm so sorry. Oh, I don't give a fuck. All right, I'd be annoyed too. I would be so annoyed. So annoyed. Well, there's a chance that they could have done. Oh, this was that guy that we nearly managed to sign, but then didn't. Such is life. Gillet developing more. What the fuck? Oh, you've only started 19 games this year. That. I think with these, don't I just normally have to say, hey, you make sense. Well, against Manchester United, they didn't though. We were very average against Manchester United. They could have beaten us by many more goals than that. I don't think I think people are giving us way more credit than we deserve. We weren't that good. We were very, very, very. Oh shit! I promised it right before this. He's going to be so annoyed at me, but I don't think I've got a choice. No, because I'd already preemptively removed Valmir. Oops. I'd also technically removed Palacio because I was about to sell him, and now he's not in the squad. Still in the game, yeah, but like we didn't deserve to be. On another day, we're easily 2 or 3-0 down before we get to that point, right? I know we weren't, but we weren't that great. We took way too long to get Sasha Lukic off the pitch. He was shocking for the last 20 minutes that he was on the pitch. He was awful. Every time he got the ball, he lost it. No good. Yeah, Traore, for me, I like him as a player, but he has he can't get his head up. He just runs with the ball, which is great at times, but then when he gets into a position, he doesn't look for another teammate a lot of the time. It's just, yeah. Yeah, hammering off to playing Barcelona. Now look for City. It's not going to go great for them, is it? And to be solid, I like Anderson. It's Fulham are just putting the team back together. Like, just go for the previous guys. It's great. We need a 6. Yesterday, I know I was talking about how we didn't need Polinia, but yesterday we missed him because we played fucking Pereira alongside Sasha Lukic, which was just never going to work. Oh, that'd be a silly Godfred. We need you to stay around, bud. Oh, Paul Perez is in. Peak football shouter. It's also complete nonsense when considering that he did that one time after being absolutely rinsed by him 5 minutes earlier than that. So he beats him in a single one-on-one, and then he's like, yes! Rejecting every bid. Pretty much that's the way to do it. If you want to build up but be careful. If your board are kind of weird, then by pushing those bids up, you could end up accidentally inflating them so much that the board ended up stepping in and selling them. So it's a double-edged sword. If you're in a good financial state, then you'll be okay, but do be careful with it. Pavlovets, nice. 6 is a goalkeeper. We just need to get centre-back back up on the right-hand side. And a 6. Ooh. So, just to clarify, we are going to sign this guy, right? I feel like there shouldn't be a lot of debate about the fact we are going to sign this guy. Hot dog. I actually think there might be a chance that he could play even deeper. I think he could potentially even be a Segunda Volante. Because he's got okay finishing. Positioning and marking you can work on. That's super easy. The concentration is a little low, but that's nothing. That's just going to be bad no matter where he's playing. Tackling shit, but that's okay for the Segunda. Right-footed as well. I wonder if he could actually be Segundi. Potentially. Either way, for that price, he's an absolute... Oh, God's sake, man. When was this new contract signed? Damn it, that was like a month ago. All right, we will get him, but just not immediately. I will shortlist him for the time being. Because he's 100% a signing. Good value signing for Brentford. End of the day, he's made his bed. If he wants, he forced his way out of Fulham, got us absolutely fleeced on the transfer fee, and then realised that the grass wasn't green on the other side, and then joins one of our biggest local rivals. I think it's very clear where his, that's... I wouldn't want him back, let's put it that way. Brentford know what they're getting out of this. And they might get a good player out of it, but he's not going to be loyal to them either, I'd rather not, it's just... I'm annoyed by it, you might say. He enjoys not playing football, although he may actually get some game time at Brentford, in fairness, but don't be surprised when he has one good season and then immediately leaves again for another big side and then doesn't play there either. Liked his attitude. Well, they signed him in the first place. The reason that he went for them is because of that attitude, if you know what I mean. The reason he got absolutely rinsed us on the transfer fee is because of that attitude. Refused to sign a new contract after his scholarship one, essentially, or his first professional deal with us. Gets his big move to Liverpool and then just immediately doesn't... did he really think he was going to be in Liverpool's first team, starting regularly for them? All he had to do was come up with Fulham, play a full season in our first team in the Premier League, prove himself, and he could have got a big move where he would have actually played. But no. That's the thing, Daz. If he's not even going to get in the Brentford team, and the thing is, I don't think he'd get in the Fulham team either. I wouldn't play him ahead of Iwobi. I wouldn't play him ahead of Pereira. I wouldn't play him ahead of ESR. So it's but I feel like Brentford maybe have a different lineup set up and maybe they actually do need a player in that role, but maybe not, from what I'm hearing now. I was remember Portugal, he was too good for it. Really? Yeah. He sounds like he's basically Harvey Elliott, but not good at football. Do you know what I mean? He has the same kind of attitude that Harvey Elliott did when he left Fulham for Liverpool, but without the being really good at football part to back it up, Actually, Liverpool fans, what's the prognosis on Harvey Elliott this season? Is he considered to be a guy that's going to be around the first team again, or is he maybe falling away from that under Arne Slot? I'm curious. Are you likely to sell Wissa? How old is Wissa? Is it a case of cashing in on him, or is it just maybe he falls out of the squad order? Describes my gears. Yeah, I don't like Harvey Elliott either. Again. Although I must admit, I did find it funny us giving him substitute appearances in the Premier League to try and boost his transfer value. And it did, technically, because of the arbitration. Talk of Wolves. Okay. Salah, that's fair, though. I mean, I think he's already proven that he's a really solid option. I feel like he's essentially what Carvalho thinks he is, except obviously slightly different positions. Oh, Jesus, 6-0. Yeah, Hamron are not qualifying, are they? That's them done. It's not gone well. Goodyear already can't qualify. Well... without an absolute goddamn miracle. Who are they playing? Inter. Okay, never mind. Roy Fleming's about to go mad on them. Wait, are Man United officially out? Could have Slavia lose 9... Hey, you never know. Nah, Man United aren't out yet. But they could be. Who are they playing? I bet they've got a really easy game. Leipzig. Who are above them, but I guarantee will lose 4-0. Technical midfielder under Slot, quick enough to be the right wing, unfortunately. Not tall enough either. Is McAllister back up? Really? Oh, okay. Before he broke his ankle. Yeah, that's the thing. I rate Harvey Elliott as a player. I think that he does seem to have I thought he had a bit of an attitude even when he was briefly sorry at Fulham, but I think that's partly just my Fulham hat being pissed that he left us in the way that he did, as this has happened to us a lot lately. Losing youth players on arbitration is a very fucking annoying, and I'm sure I'm not the only one that finds that annoying when you're a sort of a club in the position of Fulham or lower, pretty much. Losing youth players on arbitration is absolutely infuriating. I love seeing our players saying they have no interest in joining Barcelona. Nothing makes me happier than that. I can't wait to see which random youth player we lose next. Is it Josh King? Was good to see Josh King on the bench for us yesterday, and Jay Stansfield, who I know he got a couple of minutes towards the end against United. Not that that was really going to be that useful for him, but it was nice to see us actually trusting King on the bench. Weird seeing no Sessignon on the bench, but I wonder if that's just because of fitness. I don't even blame you, Daz, honestly. Like, Fulham's Academy has produced some incredible footballers, but we can't even... Half the time, we can't even hang on to them until they break into our first team, let alone... Wow, look, it's the 3 players that would play in his role. Imagine. Sorry, that's going to have to annoy you there. Oh, sorry, Alberto. I could sell you, if that makes you feel better. Yeah, so Josh King, most notably not that Norwegian dude. It's a different Josh King. They actually made this point on the broadcast on Friday night. But when they were doing the lineups, they were like, and Fulham field youngster Josh King, not that one. Well, they certainly said that on the broadcast I was watching. Ollie O'Neill, yeah. How's Ollie O'Neill getting on? I don't know why we let him go. It seems very strange to me. One thing I am pleased to hear is that we are not getting rid of Jay Stansfield. Marco Silva was very clear and basically said he will be playing for Fulham this season. He's not going to be going out on loan or anything as far as I know. I think he's going to be starting for us, which is... Well, not starting, but like he's going to be actually getting game time in the Premier League this year, and I'm really excited to see what he can do. Only used to balance the books. No, it feels like that's exactly... Yeah, you're absolutely right. How fast is Scordis? Can I get away with Scordis on the right today? Just to try him out there. His passing and vision... No, I feel like... I like Scordis, I do, but I feel like we've got an opportunity to play Crompton for a couple of games where there's less pressure on him, and I want to give him an opportunity to show what he's got. Specifically, Joshua David Stephen King. His name is Stephen King. Great, maybe he is it. Not the Norwegian Joshua Christian Kojo King, yes. Lost the chart on the way. Ah, fair enough. Do you want to put me mentioned returns? Nice. Got to get that experience start. Exactly. Now you get it. I might drop you again, actually, and give Gudmundsson some more game time, because why not, right? I feel like we should be comfortably beating Shakhtar. Not doing that, though. Kravitz's numbers please me this year. Like, 4 goals, 5 assists. He's above his XG. He's above his XA. He's kind of doing everything I would want of him right now. And he's 23, so I might actually now shift him over to Segunda training. Get rid of that individual focus. Start working on him all round. Support, isn't it, I think? Fix the scanning. Nice. What was wrong with it, Pog? Okay. So this is crucial. We've got an Argentinian up front. Raul Lettieri. For some reason, I was just expecting immediately that he would have come through us at some point. But no. Oh, they've got a Mexican too. 2 Mexicans. Miguel Oliveira, who they got on a free transfer from City. That's a very good deal. It's crazy that Shakhtar have got players on more or nearly as much money as us. Scanning as a document, not a photo. Ah, you see? It all comes together now. Now, we've got some good, like, young prospects in our academy. Like Marshall Goddo as well, who had a loan spell at Wigan last year. He doesn't seem to have gone back out on loan again, so that'll be interesting. Particularly as it just seems like our transfer strategy is quite literally, hey, you played for Fulham once, would you like to come back? I even saw talk of like Matt O'Reilly. It's like for crying out loud. But he would cost a fuckload of money. Because he's done very well for Celtic. Wow, they actually have a manager. Oh, it's Kravitz's old team? It is. Good point. 3 amigos, yes! Right. Compton got an assist in his first game. That pleased me. It's just nice to see him contributing something to the matches. Like, he wasn't doing great up until that point, but until Pineda and Pereira come back into the team, he's got himself a little run of matches, so I can't really begrudge him that opportunity. Right, Gudja, who are they playing? Inter. I don't think a win for Gudja would make any difference, because a win would still only put them on 7 points. And annoyingly, Man United are already 2-0 up against RB Leipzig, because of course they are, which means more cheaty points for England. Oh, 2-1. Maybe the comeback's on. It's not, though, is it? Yeah, they'll get their cheaty points. England will probably be on like 17 points after the group stage, but at least we're going to go through. And Sweetie, I hope, get top 8. If Sweetie get top 8 as well in the Europa, then we're not going to be on for the season we had last year. I just want to see us get to like 17, 18 points this year, which I feel like is doable if we can go deep enough in Europe. And with, you know, the 2 in the Conference League is really interesting. Oh, look at the pass. Look at the space for Babezi. Round the side. Reynoso! Oh my God, that would have been a brilliant goal. Sorry, Henry. Ah, my parents bought one of those. They are kind of cute looking. Mads Anderson. Is there another guy called... No, I'm genuinely asking. Is there another Anderson at Palace? Because I thought it was... We linked with Joachim Anderson, but there might be another... genuinely. Yeah. Yeah, we're linked with Joachim for a little while now. I do like Joachim Anderson. I enjoyed him a lot. He's a proper fighter. Like, he was captaining us as a lone player. No, I genuinely wasn't sure if there was actually another guy at Palace, because we've been linked with a lot of people lately. I thought it might have been like a younger player. Because Palace obviously have a fantastic academy too. Oh, there is Mads Anderson. Oh, I see, yeah. Larger format. I don't think they are. I want to see when the Conference League gets its own song, though. But I do hope that it's an absolute bop. Because at the moment, just leave it as the Europa League one until it's going to be... Until they can guarantee a bop, I think they should leave it as it is, right? Right. I would say a nice early goal, but we're not really that early in the game anymore now. It took us a little while to go against Napoli, but that seems to be our vibe these days. We play our way into it. Look at Kravitz with the ball here. But Basie, Crompton again. Can he get an assist? Yes, he can. Second assist in 2 games for Joshua Crompton. The 20-year-old Englishman has settled into Champions League football very nicely indeed. I like his running. I think he makes some really intelligent runs. This was brilliant from Kravitz there. He runs into good positions, gets it across. Wow, the keeper nearly kept that out. Reynoso's underratedly done okay in the last couple of Champions League games. Hopefully he's saving all his quality for the knockouts, but that's great to see Crompton again doing bits. And that pushes us to 18 points. Not going to win the group again, but we're going to be up there. So, wow, Club Brugge have really fallen off. They were actually in the top 8 at the start of today's stream, but they've lost both games. Good first half from him. An assist, key pass, which obviously was the assist. Tall flows. Yeah, no, he does. He's a big winger. He reminds me a little bit of the really tall Icelandic, I think he was Icelandic winger I had at Sassuolo. 4-1 already. Yep, sounds about right. So United are going to qualify for the next round, which means more cheap. Because England are going to get Chelsea. Chelsea, by the way, underrated, actually top of the Champions League group, despite how bad they normally are. So they're going to get Chelsea, Man City, Arsenal, Newcastle, Liverpool. They're going to get 6 teams through to the knockouts in the Champions League. This is crazy. Foxton, thank you very much for the follow, which means they're going to get an insane amount of cheesy points. Oh. Ah, dear. You hate to see it. Inter now beating Gudja as well, which is even worse. Yeah, their goal difference is surprisingly low. Even ours is better than theirs. That is annoying. I think England are going to have an absolute monster season, unfortunately. Oh yeah, Van der Velde's got a goal. God, I can't wait to bring in more of these guys from them. We've been decent defensively today, but we do need to pick it up a little bit. Like, I still think we win this game like 3-0, or we love a 4-1 in fairness. Crompton, ooh. Is he just throwing the guy over? But basically, oh my God. Crompton just tried to flick that header on. That was cool, actually. I like that from him. Padilla's had a poor game. I'm going to give Fulvio a chance here. And I'm actually going to put Scortis on out wide. Lahovi is the standard switch here. And maybe Atta for Gillet. Give him more football. Little hockey flick, yeah. Literally, it kind of was, wasn't it? The little stick tip in front of goal. Fuck it, we'll make that sub as well. Give a Basie off for a little bit. Also, Crvena Zvezda, great result they're getting against Sporting, because I think this might actually stop Sporting from getting into the knockouts here. Milic with the equaliser for Gudja. It might not get them through, but it might at least get us some more coefficient points, which is always important. Wow, we're only going to go 1-0 this one here, surprisingly. At least it's a win, I guess. Like, it's disappointing to not only win this 1-0, but 6-1 to Manchester United. That's so classic. England need the points, don't they? We've underperformed in some quite important Champions League games, but we've not lost a game in Europe this season so far. We've also only conceded 2 goals in the whole of the Champions League so far. So, that's not bad. Easily the best defence. Gudja get themselves a draw. Only get 5 points in the end. Hamren only gets 7 points in the end. Job done, exactly. Do what we need to do. 4th place, 18 points. And we should have won the group. Literally, if we don't draw that Sevilla game, where we absolutely clapped them, we'd have won the group. I feel like we're saying that every year, but there's not much you can do about it, is there? So, through we go. Along with every other English side. 6'6". Oh, let me guess, he's quick as well. That's not fair. Also, the fact that he's German Luxembourg. That's unfair. He's 23 years old as well, which is crazy. It just feels like no matter how good of a player you get, and how high, and maybe I'm just not signing guys with really high PA, but it just feels like the AI clubs, especially those big ones, are able to develop these guys. I just never seem to be able to. Yeah, it's a lot of money. Blame lack of a review. So top scorer is actually this guy, Czichek. I swear I remember us looking at this dude all the way back in the day. He's done quite well for a guy that has very little. Then again, he's probably lost a lot of physicals over the years. Just wouldn't sign up. True. You're probably right. Right. Thursday fixture for Sweetie. Can they get top 8? And then we'll have a look at how much England have now. I reckon England will be at least 4 points above us. Like, we're neck and neck with England, but I guarantee they'll be like 4 points above us after this next. Oh, Real Madrid want to loan Fulvio. That's a good sign in a way that they even want to do that. Right, Sweetie, who are you playing, lads? Away at Anderlecht. That's tough, man. Oh, I don't see them winning that. I think they lose that and then up. This is my prediction. I reckon Sweetie lose that and end up in like 10th place. No player clubs. I believe so, yeah. But then it feels like a lot of our loanees don't always replicate that. Wow, did they really bid on him on Crowell? Christ. Don't know what I'm even asking Palacio. God, they're really not going for that lately, are we? I mean, at least they're not like players that I care about too much that are going to get annoyed, but it's a shame. Draw an 8th. Oh, I don't know if a draw would be good enough for 8th. Oh, Hamron. That's delightful. Hamron coming straight in for Paul Perez. That would be brilliant. If he went to Hamron, that immediately covers the hole that's been left by Mamedov. A bit late now, but that could be really good for them for next season. It feels like one of us plays and like every single year. Solves the Mamedov problem. It stops them from having to play. They do have another guy on loan for us. He's solid. And he can develop there. Right, come on, Sweetie. A draw would be fine. They beat Tottenham. Draw. I don't think a draw's enough. 10th place. 14 points on the board. No defeats for Sweetie, but they couldn't get enough wins. They'll regret the Harjuk one, I think, potentially. That was the one. Or maybe Dynamo Kiev. Top 2 for building a nation. Start the loan farm as early as possible. That's the thing. Yeah, so this means that they'll end up playing against... No, I reckon they get Spurs or Real Sociedad in the first knockout round. That'll be my guess. It's annoying when they haven't lost a single game. No one else went unbeaten. But, hey. Right, coefficient. Let's see how many games England got. Birkirkara went unbeaten. Well, you're right, yeah. Sorry, you're right. 4 of the Maltese sides have not lost a single game in Europe this season. We haven't lost. Sweetie haven't lost. Birkirkara and Balzan both haven't lost a single game in Europe either. Damn. No wonder we got so many points out of nowhere. This is where I feel like we could make really good points this year, is in the Conference League. These two look really good. And I'm struggling to see where the winner comes from here. Valencia and Lazio, maybe? Stade Rennais? Brighton are not doing well. Like, they've lost this season to both Birkirkara and Balzan. So, I don't know if they're quite it. Right, what about coefficient? England will have 17 points. Look at that. And that right there is the reason that having teams qualify to the knockouts of the Champions League is where the majority of the points come from. England just gained 6 points nigh on in one, like 5 points in a single match day because of that. Whereas we only get that. That's where those points come from, because England got 6 teams through. You get an insane bonus for getting teams through. It's so hard to replicate it. So you can see we've actually lost ground to Spain and Germany because of that. But that's why catching England is so difficult, because even when they've got shitloads of teams in Europe, with the dilution being so bad, they still get 6 or 7 or whatever in the Champions League, and they almost always get through. And it means that they just guarantee those points, and that's why it's so hard to catch them. Until you can start to get to the stage where we've got 3 other Maltese sides that are regularly qualifying for the knockouts as well, even if they're only 24th, 23rd and 22nd, that's how you catch them, because you get the same number of points as they do for that. Although, admittedly, particularly with them getting top 8, a lot of them. I think they had like 3 out of the top 8 as well, didn't they? But we stay above Spain, but the gap has come down a little bit. It's going to be very tough to catch England this season. But we just have to try and stay as close as possible to get to that season there, where we're going to gain 13 points on them. It's mad. Notice how Czechia have fallen right off there, and that's because they were doing really well, and then the moment you get those points for qualification, bang, gone. How many teams did England actually get in the top 8? 1, 2, 3. So they only had 3 there, but then they also had 4, 5, and 6 down there as well. Not matter they're getting as many. Yeah. Those are your 2 options. You need to have an insane year, whilst they have a bad year, and like they did last year. I mean, I say bad year last year. Remember, they had a 20-point season last year. That was still a very solid season for them. It's almost impossible. I think what I might do right now, actually, is do an offer out of remaining players. Since Hammer are willing to take that dude on loan, I don't want to miss out on an opportunity to potentially loan some of these guys out. Go with those guys. Since there is some potential good options in here for us. I feel like I always get that option in there. I think it's just because players keep coming back from loans. To be fair, oh shit, no. But Basie, Christ, I need to take him off of this. And Bizarma. He must be happy to stay now, I guess. I know I could do it on the other screen as well. Actually, I won't say unavailable for loan. I'll just have non-set. And Babasi. To be fair, I can see why Babasi was on there up until the start of the season, but it's weird that he's in here somewhere. He must be at the bottom, actually, because I gave him a new contract, didn't I? There he is. Right at the very bottom. Kadri. I'd be tempted to maybe sell him in the summer. But I don't want to extinguish too many players this season, just because we've already done that with quite a lot of them, and I don't want to weaken us unnecessarily. But in the summer, he may well go. 31. He still starts for us, though. Fairly regularly. But next year might be this year, I think, might be the final year where he's actually capable of starting for us. So maybe in the summer, we sell him. Because you could probably get some nice, like you say, some decent cash. Even if it's not like moon money, I reckon we could get, if I'm actually trying to sell him, probably 30, 35 million. Kadri does, which is weird because there's nothing about him that suggests that he should like making mistakes like that. Paez. Oh, you'll be alright. He's the captain. There we go. Yeah. He's the captain. Oh, what? Now they're finally complaining. Yeah, okay. I want to send him on my turns. Yeah, so he's going to... You're right. We probably should get out as soon as possible. Is this the... Yeah, it is. This is the Lahovi song that is also top 10 respect moments in football. Off of a crowd. Why are you unhappy again? Did we already do this? Or was that a different player? I was Atta, wasn't it? Yeah, that is annoying when that happens. But, oh well. Welcome, joins Sirens. Love to see it. Lillestrøm. Hang on, you were happy to stay again? Alright, off you pop. Actually, I'll let him... He literally said he was happy to stay, and now he's handed in a transfer request. Man is nothing but a penis. I just want to see if we get a bid on him. That's a shame. I liked Andrew the Pigeon, but I feel like his playing time's going to completely... Welcome, signing confirmed. There's Dave, welcome. Wait. Hang on. Ask Palacio to welcome. Just the only reason that we signed this player is so that we can see this box here that says ask Palacio to welcome. Feel Dave welcome would feel a lot more welcome. Oh, it's the little things. I've got to say, I think it'd mean a lot to Dave welcome if you welcomed him. Oh, seems like a sensible idea. It's a shame he didn't say you're welcome. Welcome likes to be welcomed. He does. It's delightful. Oh, superb. Right, so no one's actually bid on Hob there. I was hoping that someone might just immediately put a bid in on him, but if he's going to be... Oh, hang on, there is interest. Dunaiskis... Really? All right, lads. What's the best one? 10% is mad. What do you... Well, yes, I am. Sensational. Oh. Have a captain welcome. That'd be sensational. Ask welcome to welcome. Yes. Ooh. I mean, Capone is a great name. Not sure what his taxes are going to be like, but those are, yeah, way too expensive for us. Any other one crazy, but that's the same ones. Oh no. I just want to see if I can now offer him a contract. Now, a slightly bit more time. I think you have to wait 3 months. I'd happily pay that for him. I just want to establish a boundary on the price. Guy from City, guy from Real Madrid. Goodbye. There's a chance of goodbye. I want to find a player called Farewell. It's just like goodbye, but with extra steps, you know? Oh, it's a database. Look. There might be another. I think there was only one, though, sadly. Attilo Duarte. Curls ball on a centre-back is a strange one. Mohamed Yehia, who is an Egyptian from Al Ittihad. Different one, I assume. Not great. Javier Pedraza's at Barca. Sometimes you get good deals here, but I don't think this would be a good deal. He's free, but I feel like his... Was Valde in there? I don't think he was fully scouted. He can't be, otherwise I must have... Oh, is Castro willing to talk to us yet? This random... I like his attributes. I just want to see if he's willing to talk to us yet. He will! Nice! He was too young to discuss terms before, but it's weird seeing the game describe a player as a natural libero, and I kind of just want that. And he still looks relatively cheap. Yeah, I'd pay 100 grand. And his name was Jimmy Castro. 3-star, 3-star. Oh, that's fine. When he comes back round again, we'll have a proper look. Right, before I do anything else, welcome. Oh, there is another dude! Welcome Gamide, who is actually a Singaporean South African from Active SG. This is great. This is giving your mum's Christmas album vibes. Active Steven Gerrard. They have 2 players. One of them is Welcome Gamide. So yeah, welcome is technically a possibility. You could have a welcome. Well, I suppose you couldn't because it's probably not in both name pools. Yeah, when I saw Welcome Home, I thought it was going to be that song by, is it Free Radicals? You know, Welcome Home, whoa, 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 whoa. That one. Perfect rendition, I'm sure you'll all agree. Sorry for the plosives. Goodbye. Best I can do is Craig Goodyear. I might just start saying that to people instead of goodbye. On trial, the game keeps talking about him being out of the Algerian squad. Where he's Brazilian. It's a bit like how Peter ended up in there. That was a song request. So long. 14 seconds too long. Ah, you see? I've written slong there instead of so long. Farewell. We've actually got Alexandros Solongi and also just Messalongi, which is an entire team in Greece. Careful with this. Somehow, Orsby, I don't know if they're going to quite catch me out on that one. Mingo. Oh, good old Mingo. Which one is it? Is he just straight up called Mingo? Oh, there he is on the shortlist. The Rayo Vallecano chap. Straight up Mingo. Let's try and get Mingo for the second time. It's a request. Cool. Bogdan. Yeah, it's the old double name players are always fun. Petrovic is not interested yet. Castro is, which is cool. We take that. He'll be a fun one for the loan farm anyway. I like how his estimated wage here, you can't see it, it's highlighted in red, but it's like £500 a week. So it's like, what are we saying here? It's also wrong. As that, what is the point even of the estimated wage? I know it's an estimate, but it's never even vaguely correct because it provides you a range and it's almost always above that range. Oh, nice. He went for it. Mingo! Love to see it. Mingo's in. Announce Mingo. We mingin, chat. It's happening. Oh, he went for the 8-year deal. Love to see it. Hildebrando Abando. We've actually just got an Abando. As of the start of this January transfer window, we have this guy, Camilo Abando, who's on loan at Gazira now, but he's a pretty tasty prospect. Ligma. Something tells me it's not going to be... Well, technically, it does appear in this guy's name. Eduardo Seligman. That is some facial hair. that he is working with there. Every time we see a coach, I just always check, just in case we see use his loan farm. You never know what you're going to get. Pereira's... Honestly, he's not really back, is he? He just isn't. Hey, everyone. I might start score this on the right today. Keep things fresh. Colombian names are brilliant. I say this quite a lot, but I'm gonna ham on it again. You will get some of the best names imaginable in Colombia. They have some wonderful combinations because it's kind of like it's got a kind of Hispanic twang to it, but with a weird sort of Anglo combination. I'm good, man. How are you? Yes, once we've got all these players off and out and the window's closed, we should do a bit of mapping. It is FMX. No, that will be next stream, I think, because we got youth thingy today. Youth thingy. By that I mean youth intake. Oh, I also loaned out Hubanov again. I don't know if I actually mentioned this or not, but he's gone again. So we'll try one more time on the Hubanov train, just in case there's magic in the air. Chonda ran around. Yeah, it's brilliant. Who's getting a number this time? Oh, it's Navalon. This is that new striker. Number 80, by the way. Navalon is that new striker that we paid like £5 million for. Can't figure out why. Why the hell not? Because Colombia, that's why. I think we're just jealous of their Johns and their Johns. 3-0. Reynoso scored this. Padilla. Nice. And man of the match for Paez. Okay, with an assist. Okay. Good to see it. No more goals conceded either, which is good. How's our record in the league for conceded here? 4 goals conceded. We've conceded 11 goals in our last 44 league games. Yeah, FM Christmas is the next gen list. Called Jetly Anduku. It's great. Look, I want to see if I can prove this is where the actual names in their squads are absolute garbage. I bet you there's some brilliant ones in their youth teams here. Let's see what we got. Good luck. I like a Jefferson, a bit of a Duvan. Brayan spelt like that is fun, but it's actually fairly straightforward there. Is that Nida? Solid. Roma. Jefferson is called. There's lots of Darwins. Giovanni spelt like that is decent. Beckham. Here you go. This is what I'm talking about. Beckham Valdeblanquez. You just don't get stuff like this from other South American nations. Also, he's really quite good. But Beckham Valdeblanquez. Super good player too. Beckham as a first name. It's delightful. First team. Wolfgang Benitez. Aldemar Rosales. James Mazer, standard. Fred Lasso obviously is our guy. Domingo Muro is decent. Yorley's Mostacia. Yorley's. It's great. Oh. Really? What's he up to? 19 in 19. He's actually, what's his record? Isn't it 21? I think the most goals he's ever got in a season is 21. 21 that year and 17 assists. 21 that year as well. 9, and obviously injuries have cost him. Yeah, he's already got 20 goals in all competition. Jesus Lord. It is quite an old national team as well. To be fair, we haven't found that many amazing Colombians in this save. We've got a couple, but I don't think their team is as stacked. It's Chile. It's all about Chile. Like, usually we've got at least 3 or 4 Colombians knocking about our squad who are absolute monsters, but Palacio. The rest of our best South American players are Argentinian, Uruguayan, or mostly Chilean, honestly. And Brazilian, of course. Yeah, Colombia's brilliant for the amateurs early on. Like, seriously brilliant. Some Pereira offers there. We should be coming close to getting some offers for our loan players, presumably. Oh, here we go. Literally on that day. See if we actually get any good ones. Bayern Gudmundsson. Offers for Holub. Well, Torino it is then. Presumably he wants to go to Club Brugge. I love how they always want to go to the club that is giving you the worst possible offer. And I realise that the alternative logic there is that, of course, that club's offering the worst. They know that they're the favourite for that player, so they want to offer you less. But it is always funny how that happens. You're 24 at this point, so I might just accept all of these, honestly. Just to get you out of the club. Most of these look like to be useless bids for us, unfortunately. I would like to find Serjak alone, but... Oh, wait, that was not what I meant to press, but that's used to work as well. Good to know. Bockons. Wow, is anyone going to get a loan? Wow. Not a single loan offer from an actual usable team there. I think Padilla we just grind into the ground. I want to get as much out of him as physically possible. What? I've never seen that happen before. Why are they blocking that specifically? They don't care when I offer half of our loan players to other Maltese sides for like half price, but I offer Hollabout for like 1.4 million less than they consider to be sensible, and they're like, no, now I've decided to take a moment to pause here. How very strange. 100k for our game against Masterschlock there. Oh, speaking of Colombians, there you go. Jonathan Uhaya. Although 3 months out. Yeah. Just weird, isn't it? So I'd love to sell him for that amount of money, but they're not going to bid it, are they? Watch him now kick off at me for not selling him. Is Muschamp about to get annoyed at me for not loaning him out? To go out on loan. Hang on, sorry. Big outside of the team recently. Yeah, it's because you're shit. We only signed you because there was 2 dudes with the same name. But sure, you can go out on loan, bud. Actually, I've got a better idea. Although I've already committed to it now. Friendo, I hear the weather at Zuri is great. And that'll get him off of our bat for 10 years. Not 10 years, 2 years. Jake Dunn, thank you for the 7 months. How the devil are you, friend, on this beautiful sun? It's quite nice out there today, actually, isn't it?
7 months, bro. Hope you're well, smile.
I am well. Just, I love that he's actually the top scorer there. Love to see that. Hammer actually might get there as well. Why did that trigger a hype train really late and then nothing? Oh, I see, there's another one. Smithy, thank you very much for the prime. It's really delayed lately, man. So much so that I can get the sub type in chat before the sub itself, or am I just predicting it? I'm manifesting it with my brain. Hey, Dan. But thank you, Smith. That's very kind. Could be in Europe. They actually have some okay players, but yeah, I don't know who I want in Europe, though. That's the problem, because we've got 7 teams. Balzan and Hibernian, I guess? I genuinely do not know who I would want. The only thing I would say is, if it's someone like Slima or Gazira, or Balzan, I'd like Gazira and Balzan maybe, is that they would then take a lot of loans from us, most likely, and it means that we might finally get a chance to strengthen someone else other than the teams that are like directly around us. And that's the only way we're ever going to be able to make any real progress. I actually get the feeling that we're going to get quite close to England for one season and just not quite make it. Yeah, think of the European football on a shopping centre. Bringing Fenerbahce to the shopping centre. Torino withdraw their bid. Great. So now we don't get to sell him anyway. NASCAR lines would be fantastic. They'll only work on an oval pitch, of course. I love that Gert has complained about the lack of quickness training for his entire career. Loan Holler... To who? Like, you can't loan a player unless there's a willing team on the other side of the deal, unfortunately. Oh, that's delightful, isn't it? Look at that. Brilliant. So now... Do you know what's going to be really funny now is watch me offer him out from Alice Alberto here. Watch an even lower bid come in and watch the board, then accept this one. I can see this actually working. I'm about to show how stupid the logic is in FM sometimes, I reckon. I could totally see this happening now, where they allow this bid to go through. If they do, it would show you how stupid some of the things in this game are. Can go big bids on Atta as well. For the sake, yes. We started at Sirens and we're still at Sirens. Cup final defeats, lost of... Oh, fair enough. Hey, it's the defeats that make you stronger. Right, let's see what FC Copenhagen are offering this time. Hey, look, it's 600 grand. Stop it! Why are you not letting me sell him? Why him specifically are you refusing to let me sell him? At least there was some consistency there, but what on earth? Alright, I'm going to remove him from the dev list. Oh, wait. Wait, how do I remove him from the dev list? Am I actually going to go into the dev list itself? I like how there's an add to development list option, but not a remove from development list option. Now I've got to find the damn guy. Right. He apparently is. Sell players to the same league when the league and the clubs have a good rep. We are doing that in this save, so yes. We have been selling players. We've been loaning them and then selling them. Because remember, if you sell them only, then they'll just sell those players and you have no control of it. So loans are always better, but then selling them permanently once they've got good value is probably better because then they can sell them for large money. Yeah, it's weird. You think there'd be an option? All right, what we're going to try now is a random loan offer just for anybody. Pretty much. Just to get somebody to take him off our hands for a little bit. Because otherwise he's just going to be in the same exact... Ooh, like, circle. There's a Norwegian at Filed.
Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Big fan of Blend Benestad. From Filed. Bullyo, thank you for the follow. Part exchange for Holland, no. The wage is too high. He's just not a part exchangeable player. Part exchanges only really work if there's genuine interest in the player. And there just isn't. What changed the asking price? True, but no one's even bidding on his newest asking price because we've now established that the previous one was essentially his value. This is what I find annoying about the game. If you click on one menu saying about like 2 million for the price, then all of a sudden that's the maximum bid you're ever going to get, even if you were getting like 7 million before then. Remote control smoke. I actually did. I saw it on TikTok this morning. Give me a league. Any league you like, mate. It's up to you. You are the controller of these things, you know? The ones I prefer, if you were starting out, is things like Hungary and Poland are your best bets to start with. Luka Modric, his staff attributes are insane. For what we wanted him to do, specifically. I say insane. They're actually not insane. But more importantly, he's a model citizen, which is actually all we were really interested in him. Smaller than one, but maybe. I want to see if I can just loan him out, really. Hollow's personality. I think he was just, like, relatively basic personality, wasn't he? Cock. Great. You love to see it. Like, he's fine. The main reason we brought him in is because he's a model citizen, and that's all we really care about. His judging CA and PA is irrelevant, because we're going to pretty much sign up our entire youth academy anyway, so his ability to know whether they're good or not is actually not really that relevant to us. Yeah, the only thing we care about is the fact that he has model citizen. And not that it makes any difference, because every single player that comes through here is either temperamental or has low ambition. Is unambitious or low determination, for whatever reason. They say, yeah, you got to be careful with that. Our board on here got a little bit shitty with me when I applied for the Malta job at one point. Load FM, thank you for the raid. How's it going, friend? How is stream? Oh, it's deadline day. Newcastle in loan bit. Wow, see, I love that Newcastle Jets and those teams are now going for the other teams in Malta because they've realised that they can't possibly get what they want from us. Right, we take part, obviously. Do a bit of that. Love to see it. And right, let's see who's actually interested. No one's super useful, honestly. Man City want to loan him. No way. Domestic double with Aberdeen and Command. Nice! That's kind of dope, actually. Samuel Brandau, thank you for the follow. McArthur, I'm sure they'll find a way. I might even be tempted to try a cheeky little Dingley swap. Get more chances. I'm trying to play him, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to play him ahead of Padilla, am I? Like, I'm trying to play him in games when Padilla doesn't play. But he's not as good as Padilla to start games for us, so it's tough. Like, he can't start Champions League games for us. Oh, it's because of Hollop, innit? There we go. He's wanted now. By Zelina. Okay. I've probably got time for a little cheeky trial of this. I don't know how well this is going to work. There's always someone that's going to cause us problems here. Yeah. Let's try it out. Atta is in the plans? Yeah, absolutely. He's our backup sort of BWM. Just because Gillet's so fit a lot of the time that he never finds a chance to play that option. Like, a player doesn't have to start for us every single game to be in our plans. Like, Atta is a very, very capable backup in the same way that Fulvio is. And Fulvio's still only 22, remember. Like, he's looked good when he's played, but I can't play him unless on the dev list. Yeah. That's because he's one of those players where he's in my plans, but if we... Wow. Hello. Good you want Menyevar. That's dope. That's really, really good. Oh, it's a Full-time bid. We'll see. I'd be happy to let them do that. I wonder why it came through so quickly. Because I like Mendivar as well, but I feel like a permanent move could still be good for his career. Wow, he's gone. How much is he worth there? That's a really good piece of business for them. He's fabulous. Still only 23. Nearly 50 caps for El Salvador at the age of 23. 3.7 million, and now he's worth 10. That's good. I think he'll really strengthen that Goodyear lineup. So getting the opportunity to do that is great. And we didn't get that much money back, but that's okay. Muschamp is going to Zuri. Bayern are desperate to land him, aren't they? Jimmy Castro's in. We can really get him immediately. All right, we'll just let Dave go wherever he wants. Is anyone going to go to another Maltese side here? God, City loaning Fulvio is intriguing. Shows you how good those two actually are. Nah, sadly not. It's going okay, Bente. Unbeaten. We've actually not lost a game in over a year. It's now been, I think, 14 months since we lost a football match in any competition. I want to see how long we can keep this going. I love this so much. We pay 30 million for Kravets. PSG are like, hey, 6 months later, how about 17? Like, what is that about? Now I've got wetness all down my top because of the condensation from my drink. GG me. Absolute klutz of a human. Mingo's in. We're getting the Mingo. Oh, he's really not very good, is he? But that's fine. Dev-list it is. Hey, Hen. How's it going, man? I'll offer him out too. Someone will take the Mingo. They always do. Out low now. I believe at the last check, although we can look right now, it was 259. So we're actually now back into the positives again now. As a result of us signing like 30 players in January. Some of them did at least manage to find loans. I just thought I'd try it with Chelsea there, because Chelsea are a weird one. I just wanted to see if there was any chance that maybe we could make something happen there. They might even come back in. We've got 9 hours to go. If they come back in, I might try and negotiate with them again. See if I get like 50 million. Because I can take it or leave it, really. I'm happy to sell him in the summer. Because I don't want to sell too much of our squad this year, because we'll just have to... Oh, no one wants Mingo. Welcome, happy, promise kept. Doesn't sound like it would work as a grammatical sentence, but here we are. Hang on, was that another bid on... Oh, it's Vieira. Yeah, no, we're not selling Vieira. Got 30 million for Gudmundsson. What is this bid? That's still only 11 million, lads. Like, I always love how the loan with option bids are always lower. It doesn't make much sense. Vieira wants to move to Arsenal. Come on, you don't actually want to move to Arsenal. There you go. He's never said no to me. He's a good guy. Yeah, looks like I put Chelsea off with that giant bit. I mean, if they'd have gone for 72 million for a 31-year-old Kadri, I'd have been over the bastard moon. Particularly it's only got 42 million for Krastev. Yeah, I don't think we're going to make any more deals this deadline day unless something crazy comes through in the next 2 hours, which I don't think it will. Oh no, it's only 71 million. Christ, that's really low for Vieira. Maybe he's not as good as I thought he was. The league is now number 2 in the rankings, which is... Oh, hang on. No, it's non-negotiable. Let me guess. They're both non-negotiable. Yeah, I'm not selling... Particularly 7 million of that is tied up in league appearances. Now we'll sell him for that same amount in the summer. If they'd have been negotiable and I could have maybe pushed them up to 50 and got some of it more up front, I'd have maybe considered it. But right now, we're still on for another Champions League win after all. Don't want to weaken us too much. Particularly as we've already lost... Actually, who have we lost from the back line? We're losing Palacio too, essentially. And I thought we'd lose too many of them at the same time. So how are we doing financially on the year? We're actually 26 million... Despite all those signings we've made this season, and we have made a lot of signings, like 50 nearly, over 50 in fact, we are still at a £26 million profit on the year. You can't say fairer than that. Under 23. Hang on, you've only just got here. Play short, simple passes. Ah. Right. Really important for my centre back there. We do be doing that. Well, we're just buying low and selling high. It's just how you kind of... You've got to do it and that in these saves. Top spenders. So we're up there. Whoa. Austin Venn, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry, for the follow, for the rain. I've just smashed the mic from there. First teamers. More than you'd think, actually. Like, honestly. When are we taking out the youth? I'm not sure I understand. So first teamers we had Crompton, crucially, was a first teamer, £23 million. Sniper guys says they're all awful. Yeah. Yeah. Then there was also Kravitz this season. Martinez as well. I think the biggest ones for the first team this season have been Kravitz and Crompton. But some other guys are on the verge as well. Which is not bad. Hollow's taken ill. Oh, so we didn't manage to get rid of him anyway. After all that, we didn't manage to get rid of the bastard. And now he's got a really low asking price. Let me just get rid of that. See what it sets back to. £7 million. No wonder we couldn't sell him. No one's going to pay that. Well, not yet, anyway. Right. Hello, Pog. How do? You right? Oh my god. A girl. No. You right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I've done the Polaroids.
Done the Polaroids? Oh, cool. You have to show me.
I've done them all in I did in batches of 6.
Yeah.
So I've just sent them through on Telegram.
Oh, okay, cool. Are you packing for your big trip to King's Lynn? Greatest freaking team in all the land. Woohoo!
Can't be arsed. Can't be arsed.
Well, it's fine. I'll Coolies, I know. Might actually be interesting. Well, the first few seasons, I think, Don, could genuinely be. Oh, now Zelina won him. Star player. You know what? Fuck it. It might boost his value a little bit. Did we actually get rid of anyone as the first? Oh, we did. Which means I could actually potentially put Palacio back in again. Or I could put Alberto in. But I'm not going to. Out of spite, mostly. Honestly, DPT, I do it because it actually does help with viewership. For whatever reason, it does. I wouldn't do it otherwise. When I used to put Youth Outtake as the stream titles, genuinely, there was a notable change in viewership from when it says Youth Intake, as on the VODs as well. It's interesting how that works, but that's the reason I have to do it. It's the little bits of, like, optimization, I suppose, that you've just got to do as a content creator. I'd much rather have really silly stream titles, honestly, but I know for a fact that it wouldn't work. Docent Fever, thank you very much for the 12 months. How is your Sunday
Hey,
going?
Matto and Chatto.
Hello.
Hope you are doing well. Just came back from Prague.
Ooh, how was Prague? Okay, they're no longer concerned about that, for whatever reason. I'm thinking next year there'll be a lot more story-driven content on the YouTube side of things, which is something I'm really looking forward to, because I feel like you'll actually be able to do a bit more of that now that the match engine might be worth looking at again. So, not saying there will be a return to the Let's Plays, but it won't be the same format. But I do want to bring that sort of stuff back, which I think will be fun. A 2-star CA player in my youth intake. He was immediately replaced in Season 2 by a free international player twice as good. But that's exactly it. We got so lucky getting Matthew Side when we did, because I think if we hadn't have got him the season that we did, we probably wouldn't have even noticed that he existed. 30 degrees, no win. Oh, God, that does sound bad, actually. Let's see. Pereira, probably need to start giving him some more game time again now. But I've liked what we've seen out of our lad. Although... Wow, he's really dropped all the way down here. Where's my boy? I want... Kravitz. I want to see him start getting that sort of CA up a little bit there. Bumping us with the new engine. True, for sure, yeah. F1 World Cup. Do you think the way they're doing the choices? What do you mean when you say the way they're doing the choices? But yeah, no, I've not heard. I mean, the F1 World Cup is, as far as I know, Millie did say that he'd got like a ticket to the final, did he not? So I guess there is some kind of audience aspect of it, right? See you later, Dozen. But yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by doing the choices. Have they said anything about that? What was I doing? Oh, I was going to put Crompton on the bench, wasn't I? Seems weird that we'd have like it seems weird that we'd have like Valba Robledo on the bench, but not him. Yeah, I hope they will do, but I also feel like they have to kind of have a certain level of competency with it when it comes out. I think that it can't come out as a complete mess. It has to have, particularly not with the fact that it's taken like the extra time taken over it already. Need to defend Balic to do it. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Commentate. Well, they are doing that like thing where people can come down and test the game, right? So I hope I'll get an opportunity to go and do that, but it's not just a case of like content creators. It's going to be like just anyone, really, isn't it? In just random groups. So that'll be kind of sick. I might even see some of you there if I get a chance to do it. So they do seem to be taking it more seriously from an open, but actually it's not even an open beta. It's more of a closed beta at that point, right? Make WEMP mainstream. I'll do my best. I think I'll have succeeded in life when I see WEMP in the game as like a random thing that your manager can click in a press conference. Same in Belgium. I haven't actually, no. I've always wanted to. It's one of those saves that I feel like I can see myself doing for a section of an Outcast to Icons save. Maybe fun for YouTube for next year. Content creatine. You know me. Nope, no drugs currently, just vibes. Oh, here's another one for you. Speaking of that sort of topic, on Friday I was trying to do some work and I got momentarily distracted waiting for a website to load and checked my phone for a fraction of a second, and 10 minutes later I'd booked a 10k race. Because of course. So yeah, I've got to do that now. Oh. Give me an excuse to train, right? That was my logic, I think. For a lot of COD used to test that stuff. Yeah, true. On the prowl, innit? Yeah. It's going okay, Tommy. It's going okay. I mean, we're through to the knockouts. Not lost a game in over a year. Vibes are good. Yeah, I couldn't believe that. Like, on the plus, because I've started to realise that I only take exercise seriously when there's like a deadline for something. And I realised that scheduling myself for a 10k race is exactly that kind of deadline that I need to actually train for something. So I was like, right, I'll get that booked in. It's this thing called Remembrance Run. I actually did it a few years ago with Pog. So it's like disused airfield. Lahovi's missed a penalty in that one. Padilla has scored a penalty in that one. Well, Lahovi, there you go. Man of the match performance from Bobasi. With Genk, nicely done. Fair play. Now, I would like to manage in Belgium at some point. I feel like it's one of those leagues that I should have managed in by now and I just haven't. Or need a goal, exactly, yeah. I just find that I'm better when I have a goal that's like, I've committed to something, right? Right, 2-0, we continue our unbeaten run. I reckon our unbeaten run in all competition is going to continue up until the very first leg of our first knockout game in the Champions League, where we lose 1-0. We've qualified for the Europa League. It's February. We're going to start seeing that earlier and earlier. I think this is because obviously with more teams in Europe, it's so much easier to get into Europe. Jesus Christ. Just the 7 games to spare. It's weird that nobody's really been excessive in the goal scoring this year. This is an absolute bop, by the way. Never done a save in Italy. I really enjoyed Sassuolo. Managed Atalanta for a bit in Italy once as well on stream. But Sassuolo was super fun. Except for the whole the foreign player problem I ran into. Coefficients this year, not amazing. They were looking great until we got to the end of the group stage. We're at 13.5, which in any other year would still be considered really good when you look at the year we're losing. But England got 6 teams through to the Champions League knockouts. Oh yeah, Osasuna. Never. But yeah, it'd be fun to do Outcast to Icons next year. I could make that a YouTube series instead. But I do want to do some like, I might do a new rebuilding series, like genuinely, like not what you see on YouTube now, but like what used to be rebuilding series, like what I used to do, but only in like 3 episodes maybe. So it's big chunks instead. That's how I'm going to bring Let's Plays back next year, I think, because I feel like there's actually more room for that in the YouTube space again. I feel like stories are making a comeback, which is kind of sick because that's my jam. And looked at Eredivisie. That's how you know there's a problem with the rules. Huesca, God. The greatest journey that never was. One day, what I'll do is I'll do a journeyman save where the only clubs I'm allowed to manage. Well, like what Tom said, yeah. I feel like that's where the new sort of stuff is going. And the thing is, right, when FM YouTube moved over to being more about your evergreen one-off content, right, I waited 2.5 years before actually changing my content over to it. I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to waste time before switching my content. This time I want to be proactive about it. So with the start of the new game cycle, I will be still doing the fun stuff I'm doing now, but I'll be bringing more of that stuff back again now, because that's the sort of stuff I truly enjoy making as well. Because this has just been a really weird year for me. I almost feel like I should have held on for another year to do Premier League years. I think that would have maybe been better on FM25, but then who knows, right? Ifs and buts. OTI, but I'm only allowed to manage the teams that I've massively failed at in previous ones. You got double hernia. Jesus Lord. Lifting weights, I suppose that's one way of doing it, isn't it? This is an absolute bop as well. How's the second tier looking? Wow, that's tight. Both on 51 points. Floriana and Marta are not coming back up. Dingley and Zuri have kind of fallen off quite a lot now. St. Venera Lightning are, despite their not bad goal difference, they're doing okay. This man is a second division monster. He has 101 goals in 139 games in the second tier. To start with Pink Panthers, now we're talking. Smithy, thank you for the 36 months. That's 3 bloody years. Things you love to see.
Sick post champ.
Needless to say, I'll obviously still be doing all the guide stuff at the start of the game cycle as well, because I really like making that stuff. St. Pauli, Midtjylland, Osasuna, Wesker, yeah, Grotta. Probably even Granada, in fact. Hello, Taunicus. That Finnish club that I started the original Outcasto icons at as well, that I got sacked at really quickly. I can't remember who it was. I think it has IFK in the name, but it's more than that. There was definitely... Haaland's back with his box of Babesi. Ah, Fulvio, no. Now I can't play you. Oh, Jesus. That spread quick. Within a minute, it had already spread to Scordis. That's actually kind of annoying, because nobody would have, in fact, played. Shit. IFK Mariam. Nah, it was like... their entire team name was like 4 letters. Hang on. I'll find it immediately. Fluvio. It was... Fuck. Who the hell was it? I can totally see why you think it was Marianne, though. Ah, HIFK. That one. Yeah, it was HIFK. Idrottsföreningen Kamraterne Helsingfors. My first ever, as far as I know, OTI save. I started off at HIFK. What's the score in the Sunderland game? Who was the top? It must be the top goal scorer. I don't know. It's Beta, right? Yeah. Well, then Kobo's banged another 16 for Marsa now. Wow, there's a Dingley and a Zuri guy out there. Staver's still scoring back. I think he's got a permanent... No, he's still on loan. Wow. 2-0. Okay, fair enough. Wait, hang on. It's only 17 minutes in. Jesus. And this is the same shit for Wednesday that absolutely obliterated Plymouth. Good, I would say good draw for Plymouth yesterday, but it wasn't really, was it? Because they conceded a late goal. Rooney nearly gets his debut win, I guess. Just realised we've had the draws for this and I didn't even pay attention to it. Which means Sweetie must have a draw, right? We'll have to check on that. Oh, definitely want to sign this dude. Wait, is that guy called... Oh, Cedric Seegers. He sounds like a golfer. I don't know why. I just feel like he would be a golfer. Right, let me just check if there are any draws though. These two both got top 8, didn't they? So they won't be in this round. Yeah. And then UEL, though, there should be a draw. Olympiakos. Okay. That feels doable. They got 3 wins. They beat Feyenoord, Genk, and Rapid VM, but they lost to Eintracht Frankfurt, CSKA Sofia, Fenerbahce, Marseille, and Celtic. I feel like Sweetie should be beating Olympiakos over 2 legs. Really. You'd expect them to anyway. Seegers is 3-9. Yeah, do you know what I mean? I feel like he'd be a guy that's like on the Ryder Cup team, but isn't like one of the heroes. You know what I mean? Full strength squad again, I guess. Although, that's why I always click that, knowing that I'm going to have to make this move straight away again. Live Golf contract. Oh, yeah, for sure. He'd have been like the guy that got the least amount of money when he moved to Live Golf. Ooh, finally someone playing a different tactic against us. I mean, it's going to work out appallingly for them. Watch this be the tactic that's like the absolute kryptonite to our style of play. And somehow we just don't... This will be our first defeat. Us getting knocked out of the cup by Masterschlock. Please don't let that happen. I'm expecting, I reckon, 5-0 on aggregate. No, 5-0 on aggregate in a single game. Okay, maybe not. We'll take 9-1. Sirens 9, Masterschlock 1. Lahovia has a 2-goal, 2-assist game. Pereira grabs a brace. Assist for Babesi. Man knows what he does. We've scored a lot of goals in the cup this year, haven't we? We've scored 39 times in the cup this season. We've played 4 games. We are averaging nearly 10 goals a game in the cup this season. I wonder what the record for most goals in a season is, because surely we've got to be close to that. this season. Wait, no. We've equalled our record for most goals in the Cup from 10 years ago. And this was the quarter-final. I think. Lovely. Yeah, Master Slot gets some money out of it. Lahovi's... Wait, does that mean he didn't even play the full game? Jesus Christ. God, we got £1 million for that. How is the rest of the team stats looking, actually, these days? Like, top goal scorer should be really obvious. Reynoso with... Oh, it's actually Padilla. No shit. Padilla's got 22 goals this season. This is his year. Reynoso 21 is very solid, though. It's just I wish he'd pick up a few more in the Champions League. 18 for Pereira is brilliant. Lahovi has 10 goals and 12 assists from left-back. This is the year he's been waiting for. Then it drops off massively. God, Bizarma has been really bad. What about assists? Top assister on the entire squad, Far Babasi. He's getting close to putting up Krustev numbers from last year. If he gets anywhere near close to 18, 19 assists this year, I'm considering him a perfect replacement. You can't ask for much more than that. For a guy who's still very, very young indeed. Youngest player in the first team. God, he's good. 17 crossing now. Exciting. Got that new contract. Hot dog. I'm going to baby the shit out of him. So, ooh, okay. RB Leipzig versus Porto. Winner of that tie would be okay. Watch us draw Man United. It seems inevitable that we will end up drawing Manchester United because it's just what we do. God, this is an absolute bop. Transfer market tug of war. I love that. Ready to discuss terms on a deal which could end up being £27.5 million. Meanwhile, value 74 to 89 million. It's like there is a hard limit, and this is how it sets it. It's these stupid news articles is when it reveals what the hard limit of your, like, where your player's actual bottom out ceiling is. So when you come to each transfer window and our values reset to normal, it's these news articles that essentially tell you what they are, because the moment you see this, then all of a sudden the value is set to that amount. It's really weird. Wait, is that record attendance? Oh, it's for the Cup. What are our Cup wins this season? So we had 9-1, 16... 9-1, 16-0, 5-0, 9-1. So our lowest win in the Cup this year was 5-0. We've had 2 different 9-1 victories. Good to see. I reckon we can get 50 goals in the Cup this year. 2 more games to make it happen. Club Brugge versus Newcastle. Come on, Club Brugge. Make it happen. Although, actually, I feel like we could take Newcastle. Like, they're only in the Champions League because they won the Europa last year against Sweetie United. So I reckon we could give them a game. Maybe. And it was surprising. I don't know, actually. Well, I've looked right now. Oh, get in. Well played, Brugge. Good lads. Ah, we're out of the Youth League. We've lost to Dinamo Zagreb. The knockout playoff round as well. Absolutely useless from us there. Still came 8th here, which is incredible considering the players that we have in this squad. Now they put mids in. Yeah, Hadrian's not getting any more youth titles. Right, so semi-finals, it's Balzan, Gudja, and hopefully Sweetie. Although, this might give us an opportunity to perhaps pop Balzan back into Europe again. Then again, it would be the Europa League, wouldn't it? So it wouldn't really help. Actually, no, it would, wouldn't it? Because if we gave them that spot, it would just shuffle it all down one, wouldn't it? So if we do need to, there is an opportunity to potentially throw the Cup final later. I feel like throwing the Cup final actually becomes more useful the later you get into the save, when you've got the more chance of getting ridiculous teams into Europe. If Hadrian actually got poached... Actually, I don't think he can be. Well, not as much that he can be. I don't think he would be. Oh, no, he would, actually. Yeah, under-19's assistant manager. Maybe his assistant managerness would be what stops him. But it feels like... Pardon me. It feels like our coaches don't get poached if they're first-team coaches, but if they're under-19 coaches or under-23 coaches, they're almost always poached. Like Zabar's guy, I'm pretty certain they just... I don't know if they actually appointed him or not, or it was just an approach. Just want to see. Yep, this guy here, Zakaria Hamdi. Uses loan market. This was the latest person to be poached from our loan system, if you like. Out of interest. Zabar have had Nicholas Lozano. Uses loan market. Do you reckon I can bring him back in? Oh, fuck. They've got too big for their boots now. Thomas Bucher. Why is the game frozen? Thomas Bucher uses loan farm. 3-0 already. Good God. God, Bucher's really good as well. But then they get one good job and they think they're too good for you. Mikhail Shevchik. Uses loan farm. Won't come back. This is their 4th loan farm manager in the last 8 years. And the annoying thing is, once they've gone, they won't come back. Winning streak for the cup final to get into Europe. I would, provided I was aware that our winning streak or unbeaten streak was the new record. Like, was the new European record, if you like. And I believe we've already hit that. I just don't know how to figure it out. I wish there was like a screen that showed you like your winning streaks. But unfortunately, I don't know how we can find that without actually actively counting every single game. And that could take a little bit too long. Because it used to, like, after a certain number of wins, it kept saying, hey, you extended your winning streak. But I think now because we've burst through our own records, it has nothing more to show us. So it's not going to show us the full number until we, like, lose the winning streak. It'll be like, Sirens lose after 65 games unbeaten or whatever. But I could have sworn we're already into the 60s. So there's that. We know for a fact that it is at least 51 because that's how many games are unbeaten in the league. Actually, no, that's not technically true, is it? Because some of those league games would have been before the Arsenal game. And there's a limit to how many games you can play in a season. Sweet United get the win. They beat Olympiacos away from home. Fortuitously, I might say, with Lucas Suarez, but they get the win in the away game, which is crucial. No market, not loan farm. Yeah, I know, but like, you know what I mean when I say it. I'm just so used to saying loan farm. It's just pedantics at this point. I'm aware of what it says, but we just say it for the memes, innit? Wouldn't it be great if it actually said uses loan farm? Brighton do win through D Clay. Now, E Clay is obviously the superior type of Clay. Was it Darren Clay, probably? Daniel Clay. Yeah, it was bound to be. Oh, it's a 20-year-old. No doubt Brighton signed in from South America, obviously. 127 games you can play in a single phase. Of course, yeah. I remember one time I tried to schedule a league where it had like 8 rounds of fixtures against each team. Under 10 minutes, yeah, but I mean, we'll scout him anyway, but I was about to say I resent signing play. I bet you the issue with him is just, well, he does have very good agility, to be fair. I bet you his potential is just not going to be there. Or maybe we just, because we don't tend to focus much on England, so maybe it is just a case of I need to focus on it more. But basically making positive development. Star player for most Premier League teams. Yeah, the agility. Good. Do you know what? He actually genuinely looks like a brilliant footballer already. That's amazing. Club records page. Maybe? It could do. But let's have a look. Club records. Oh, you're a genius. Most matches without losing. 73. November 27th, 2044 to February 6th, 2046. We are 73 games unbeaten. 73 in all competitions. That's the thing that makes that impressive to me. Going unbeaten in the league when you're in Malta is not super impressive. Going unbeaten in all competitions, 73 games in a row is insane. So that now is presumably a new world record for any league. Sorry, not for any league, but like anywhere in the world, no team has managed to go that long unbeaten, even in football history. Ferdfell, thank you for the follow. That's solid. Also, we actually went 11 games without conceding as part of that spell as well. 11 games in a row without conceding a goal in all comps is crazy. Isn't there an achievement you get if you get 20 games in a row without conceding? I think it's called like Park the Tank, and I've never quite managed to get it. Didn't score in 4 games. 2031. Did it say when? Let me have a look. I want to find that exact spell. My guess is it was probably a couple of really tough Champions League games and then a couple of really tough rested teams in between those 2 games, perhaps. That would be my bet. Yeah, Vida had one season where he was incredible. And then we got 24 assists in a single season, which I presume was the same year when he pulled that off. Yeah, it was. He got 24 assists that year, which is incredible. Now, I think there's a chance that Babasi could potentially beat that this year, or at some point soon. Krustev's come close. So October 21st, 2031. Right, let's find that. So October 21st is here. So it was Champions League phase against Dortmund, 0-0 against Tarshin, 0-0 against Hamren, 3-0 defeat to Newcastle. Yeah. Then immediately go and clap Senglayer 5-0. Wow, we lost 3-0 to Newcastle in the Champions League. Then again, I suppose it's only 2031, wasn't it? We were kind of new to the Champions League at that point. Can we just talk about Henry here? Just having a lovely time against Orme. Those were the trenches, yeah. Who was our lineup for that game? We can't really see, can we? Is there any information I can gather about that game at all? We can only see Newcastle's lineup, but you can see that it includes Joe Willock, Jonathan David, and Emil Smith-Rowe. Yeah, there's no way we were able to see that. 62 games. So there you go. We've already smashed Celtic's record by 13 games. An old save. True. I don't know if I even have a save from that kind of old, because I don't think I started making those mid-season saves until like season 15. Actually, maybe I did. I probably could go back and check. Fuck it. Let's go have a look. Let's go see if I can find who was in the lineup for that game. Bit of memory laning. Oh. Cute giant list of fucking... So what season would that have even been? That's what, season 6? Oh, I don't know if I do have the mids, actually. Season 8? No, it's the next one. It's season 9. Now, we should be able to get this. Surely easy. The fact that it was easier and we've still beaten it, I think just shows how good we've been over this last period. So this is the season. May 2032. So it's... Fuck me. As if... Oh no, we can see it. It cuts off right before the cut-off. So it was Wisniewski in goal, Inters Lignon, Edvard Jurgensen, and Frank Bissala as our starting backline. Tony Sunday in front of them. Palacio on one side, Vida on the other, obviously. Then with a midfield pairing of Arifi and Jewel Longello. Then up front, actually, Fofana and Watara. Not bad. Look at the bench as well. And Doy was on the bench. Oh, not Arifi. Vida was still Portuguese. John Guerrero was in there too. Jar Jar came off the bench in this game as well. Melman was still around. Avramovsky was on the bench. Kamga and Lend was here too. Ramos, Boiling, Fanny was still here. And Stefan Toplak. God, do you remember Toplak? How good we thought this guy was going to be. Although it seems like already I'd got sick of him at this point. Yeah, Victor Ramos. Oh, he was fun. He was a fun player. Good shit. Oh, you'd have seen a random agent video in there for Illing Jr. He was the one I was using for my agent video tutorial, which I actually haven't released it yet. I haven't got around to recording that. Sick. Monster having a poor season. I like being able to go back and check stuff like that. Oh, I stick with typos. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, that was from when... The reason it's got a slightly different name as before is because when I set myself as the Malta manager, or not set myself, I made a separate save branch for that just in case it fucked up. So that's why it's got a slightly different name from then on. Finalski. No, that wasn't on purpose. So basically, because the A is... So the A at the end of final is right next to the S on the keyboard, and the L at the end of final is right next to the K on the keyboard. So the S and the K accidentally got hit as my fingers went across and I couldn't be asked to delete them. That's why it's called that. Because it's actually...
Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves
Jinjo.
in my program to get freaky.
God damn it, Jinjo. I knew it. It's I'm on the VOD. Lies.
So I tell the swamp donkey
Just
to sack it
briefly mute
before
that
I
for a second there, chat. That's a shame. I thought we were kind of rid of that sad country, but apparently not. Oh well. I guess they're still about. So apparently the person that was responsible for this nonsense that you're seeing now was actually in Ticker's chat, like being abusive in his chat. They never had the balls to do it to me. Interesting. Oh, well, we move on with our lives. You should still be able to talk in chat. Worry not, friends. It's just the sad prick that won't be able to. So, next up is Valletta. So, when does our draw? It's usually like late March we get an idea of where we're going, isn't it? Lahovy definitely needs a rest here. What happened? Oh, this has been happening for a little while, Pog. There's some sad prick going around botting FM YouTubers. Sorry, FM streamers just with bot followers. It's very silly behaviour. But oh well. They get nothing from it. So... And shield mode just stops it anyway, so... Yeah, I actually reached straight for it. Yeah, it's just one of those things, you know. Sad people exist. Let's see. Pereira, Babasi, Chalet, and Kravitz. That'll do. I think we're going to get a season out of him. I reckon he does get to 20 assists this season in all comps. He feels like he doesn't ever really have games that often now where he's getting more than one, but he's just like one assist. Okay, I had 2 there. Okay, maybe there's bad examples, but it feels like he just chips in constantly. I know. What a sad little life. Usually what it is, it's like a person that's deeply unhappy with themselves and feels the need to take that out on other people. That's usually what it comes down to. It's the same when someone comes into chat and is abusive, which rarely happens, as you know. But when that happens, it's usually just that person is is deeply unhappy, and instead of dealing with that, is lashing out instead, you know. Another assist from Babasi. Just 1 assist here, 1 assist there. 2 goals conceded. Useless. Not enough passes. I mean, that's true. Villa at least keeps that one record. Yeah. I don't think we're going to ever have a goal scorer over the age of 35. Just because... Spanish with the own goal as well. He knows what's up. 2 goals conceded here is a little bit disappointing. 2 Kadri mistakes. Probably. You're not wrong. That's the thing. It's another win. It's also another hat-trick for Reynoso, which means that as much as he's been underperforming in the Champions League this year, he does still have 24 in all comps. It's just only 4 in the Champions League off of an XG of nearly 6 is a little underwhelming, particularly when you think that his goals mostly have come against Young Boys and Shakhtar. He's missed a lot of important ones. Drastic formation changes. We started off playing 4-4-2. Originally, it was a 4-4-2. In fact, I think the best way to sort of show you this is to take you on a little, like, tour of the tactical history. Oh, it's weird that you can select them from here, but not from the new one. We've had a lot of options. There was like, game, hello? Like, you can see how many, like, Sirens, test tactic, new. Then there's all this sort of stuff. We had this tactic we played for a while. We want this, yeah. Like, there was there was this nonsense. This was the one I thought we were happy with, but then we weren't happy with that either. There was the house that Memes built, which actually worked for a little bit as well. There was... And obviously we just played a straight out 4-4-2 to begin with too. But eventually we settled on this monstrosity just because it seemed to work. But there's always like a slow... Wow, we've actually qualified for the Champions League in February. Good. Final draft. Oh, you should see my desktop. I have about I have a lot... Do you know what, right? I would have a lot more tabs open in my browsers if it wasn't for the fact that I feel like it uses too much RAM and I have to close some of them before stream sometimes. That's the only reason I close browser tabs. I still think I've got a lot open right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there's only 13 open in Brave right now for me, which is actually pretty low by my standards, in fairness. To my credit. Can we stop them? Pog, I can't stop them. Technically, they've already come through. So what's happening is that they come through all in one go, and then I can stop it as quickly as I can, but it's still rolling the notifications through, basically. That's what it is. See, we're actually unbeaten 51 in the league as well. I think our record for the league is still larger than that. I think we've been like 60 games unbeaten in the league before. So yeah, there's nothing I can do to stop that, unfortunately, Pog. But they have actually stopped coming through. It's just it takes a while for the notifications to catch up. What happens to them? They're just there, basically. It's very annoying. But it's meaningless. Like, followers are irrelevant on Twitch. Like, the follower number on Twitch is meaningless. It doesn't mean that they're watching the stream. It doesn't boost any kind of actual numbers that matter. No, for example, sponsor or whatever is going to be looking at the number of followers you have on Twitch. They're looking at the view count and like how active and engaged the community is and stuff like that. Which might actually come to matter a little bit more, chat, as I am changing YouTube networks. Finally, after 10 years, I was so scared to push the button on Friday, the revoke access button. I was like, oh, this has literally been about 2 months short of 10 years. I've been on the same YouTube network, but I've been poached, chat. I've been approached, been headhunted, or something. Or they'd already exhausted all the other options and went, he'll do. Where are the pirates? Pirates? Where are we at, lads? Fuck it, I guess we're going to Sicily again then. We're going to play against Real Saracusa, which I just like. Machinima on the cover. Imagine if it was Machinima. No, but that does mean finally Shortly after a raid. Let me try and scroll back through the bots. It wasn't that many, thankfully, because I got to the button really quickly. There was a raid with 2 viewers from someone that but I don't believe that was them because they were actually talking in chat. If it's the same person that was doing it to ticket, then I actually know who they are. It's that Tempuras person. Botman, solid. Bottingham Forest, downright decent. That's some right there. Maybe technically this was actually before. I got the email from them originally when I was at that Hans Zimmer concert. But yeah, so hopefully it'll be good for me because they're going to hopefully do like this management stuff as well rather than just pure YouTube network thing, which is really, really cool. So might actually be able to sort out some brand deals or something at some point, which would just be nice because it's just less to worry about, you know. So I'm excited about that. It felt quite validating in a way to be sort of picked up, I guess, you know. And people, because it wasn't a case of like applying for it. It was like, we would like you. And I was like, oh, that's quite nice. I was like, hey, someone thinks I'm good at my job. Someone's got to, right? Artificial intelligence. That's good. Oh, we're in international break now. We are. I like how the second legs of the Newcastle game is on the same day as their first legs. Wild. Hungarian lower league team. Well, there was FOT, so there's a reason that there's going to be a bot as well. If you've got a FOT, you've got a bot. You've got a friend for life. Someone thinks I'm good at my job, i.e. someone must not be good at their job. Now you're talking. That's the kind of self-doubt I'm here for. And trust me, I'm all about it. Mensa Cert, that's okay. What was that person I said I was going to loan out? I've actually forgotten. They're all happy, which is the main thing, other than Lucas Orsi. Oh, he's losing value. Let's see if I can intermediary him now. Nah, I have to wait till the window opens again. It's worth trying it out. Right, come on. Club Brugge, get yourselves through. I would say I wouldn't mind playing the winner of Milan and Benfica, but I just sold them like 4 players. 2 each, I think. So I would rather not play the winner of them because you know what will happen. Damn it, man. Man United are out. England dead. Good stuff. Benfica get a win. Club Brugge are out, sadly. Newcastle are through with a guy called Alan, probably Skinner. Which makes me think he's a face in the game because I knew his name. Worryingly. Penafiel. But England lose a team, which is good. Could have lost more teams. Did Perez get a hat? Typical, isn't it? England dead as Newcastle goes through. I said they were dead. I didn't say they were going to come back to life. I don't know. I'm giving myself an out here. Go with it. Wait, were you... Oh, I thought that was an I-bar for a second. If they play me... Hey, if we play Newcastle, I reckon we clap them. I reckon we slap them about a little bit. They're only here because their dad's rich. Actually, that kind of works. But, like, they're only here because they won the Europa League. They would not have got into Europe otherwise. So, as a result of that, I reckon we're in the money. Red Bull Salzburg, if you fancy some magic, that'd be delightful. Oh, dad is bigger than your dad. Yeah, my dad is Sirens. Mr. Daddy Siren. Oh, that's a lot of flu going around. Johan Flumanson. I should have said Fluhan, really. Oh, yeah, Perez absolutely scores against us if we play Benfica, for sure. Do you know about computers? I mean, I'm aware of their existence, but not really, no. I actually tried to piece out some parts for a new PC on Friday, right before I signed up for that 10k race. I was so lost. I have completely lost any kind of semblance of knowing what's good and what isn't from when I built this PC, which was 5 years ago. I was like, oh my god, I have no clue what I'm doing. So that's going to be fun to try and build. Liverpool unfortunately go through, Porto through, Juve through, well, looking like it. Botulism, could be botulism. There's every chance. Probably should look at the... What sort of help you need, Clutchman, though? I may not know much about computers, but chat may well. I might not come into chat for advice about this anyway, just because building this new PC is going to be a nightmare. Just trying to actually spec it out and get it built. Everything's just... John Haaland! Yes! We're getting John Haaland. We've got to sign John Haaland at some point, right? Build it on stream. Oh, that could definitely not go wrong. What would I be streaming it with? I guess I have to stream it with this PC while I'm building the other one. Because I have so much... As you know, Smithy, famously large room with lots of like space for stuff. Just put a table on top of the bed. I can't see what could possibly go wrong there. Well, there's quite a lot of players from Viking and these clubs, actually. I might just scout a large chunk of them. No fun at all. I know, yeah. If in doubt, just call Matt, innit? Celtic's struggling a little bit against Genk. Strip from your phone. Oh, yeah. I haven't... If you think my PC's bad, my phone is 6 years old, and it's great, honestly. It does what it does. Yeah, I mean, me and Em built the current PC without too many problems. Yeah, the building part's fine. It's actually just like me trying to part this out, pick up what I actually need to get, because I know that I want to get a lot more RAM than I currently have. I might even get like 128 for RAM, although that's going to cost a fortune at DDR5. But there's that. I'm maybe thinking 4080. Might drop down to do 3080, not entirely sure. CPU, I have no idea what's even good anymore, honestly. Stream a session on PC part. Yeah. What did you miss, Jinjo? Well, you'll know that we're on shield mode, so you already know what you missed. No, you need it. It's not because of needing it, but it's for video editing. I've noticed that we get an absolute, like, maybe 64. I don't know. All I know is I keep having memory issue problems where I'm running out of memory on this one. And, yeah, I'd rather go more than I need than less, particularly when it comes to, like, video editing and stuff. Of course, much more preferable. I don't know about that, but I'm probably just going to get faster. Like, I got a faster CPU for this one than I needed at the time as well, because I figured for faster video rendering, right? Cable management is an FM attribute. I'd have a solid 4. I think it might be 1, honestly. Yeah, I mean, the fact is, this is not... I'm not building on a budget. Well, I am building on a budget, but the budget is quite large, you know? Because I can write off the tax on the computer because it is for business, which is helpful. And I want it to be able to cover me for a good amount of time. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, all right, Football Manager. Sweet, you're out of the Europa League. Olympiacos had 4 shots, 3 goals. Admittedly, Sweetie had 1 shot on target, 1 goal, but they are now out of the Europa League. They've lost 3-1 at home because Football Manager is a shit game, full of shit. They were winning as well until they would have gone through if it wasn't to the 87th and 91st minutes with a penalty as well. God damn. I said FM. I was very clear, not JM, FM. One job and it was just to provide a normal game. But no, it can't do that. That would be silly. Who's going through? Not even Michael Bum could save them. I love I've just had to approve the word bum here for it. Yeah, they should have come top 8. That's super annoying. Easy mistake, I know, yeah. God, we're actually 5th on the year despite all of that. Considering where we were, look at that. England, look at this. No one's catching England. It's not happening. No one's going to catch England ever. 19 points already and it's February. It's very protective over, like, it really ups the Twitch. I think it's because there's a slider you can use for, like, profanity, and I think when you put it on shield mode, it turns it all the way up. And I don't know if I could turn it down while I've still got shield mode on. We'll see. Let me see if I can... Right. There we go. Shield my bum. We ban bum here for now. No bum allowed. Ooh, Crompton's putting in 10s. That's great news. Him whacking 10s in training is really helpful. I think just getting exposed to some Champions League football nice and quickly is really good to see. But basically, Vieira's training well again. Nice. He is an elite player, for sure. Actually, that 19 marking, 17 positioning is great. He's still not what you would consider... I mean, his mentals are absolutely incredible, to be fair. And he is still only 25, actually. It's that agility. It's still only 12. Useless. Bum is swearing. How dare you say this to me? Improved contract. You're 31, and you've got... Well, we really are going to have to sell him this summer because his contract's up next year anyway. Is anyone else I can... Yeah, cool. Kadri's definitely gone this summer. Oh, Jesus Christ. Who does he play for? Segle. Okay, not going to be much of an issue for us. Thank fuck. When is our next bloody game? I still think we're timing this out perfectly, as always. Even if we finish like 10 minutes early today because of the football starting at 2 o'clock. The Premier League football. I wasn't aware that the EFL had decided to kibosh. Wow. 16-0 in a friendly is solid. Hey, look, Babasi was man of the match again. Let me guess. Oh, wait. 5 key passes and 1 assist, and he's man of the match. Oh, he got a goal as well. Hang on, Reynoso scored 8 times. is bro? But see, whoever awards the Man of the Match awards in Malta loves Babasi exactly as much as I do. He gets a goal and an assist and some key passes, and it's like 10 out of 10, here's a Man of the Match award. Meanwhile, Gonzalo Reynoso scores 8 times. Oh, it's great. Everybody loves Foad. Also, 10.3 XG in this game. Oh, I love it. It literally just picks whoever was at the top of the list, doesn't it? Yeah, Padilla as well with 5 assists and 3 goals. He didn't run enough, exactly. It's me and Haaland deciding who gets Man of the Match. It's gotta be. Hang on, did Reynoso have... Oh, Padilla... Yeah, it was the... It's because Padilla takes corners. So I suspect that's what it's... Why he's got so many key passes, but even so... Imagine getting 8 goals or scoring 3 goals and 5 assists and not getting Man of the Match. Meanwhile, your 20-year-old right-back's like, hi, lads. Hi, how's it going? Right. Back to the bottom list. Wait, why is Carrillo... Curious on him. Oh, he's just a former Sirens player. Must be yet another of the crop that we eventually sold to Hamrun and they've done nothing with. Imagine. Wow, it's quite a lot of general dross on this. Oh, there's Van der Velde. Right. He's funky. It's just that his value is really, really high. And given his 20... I bet you he'd want to be a squad player minimum. He is very me. Malteser Torino. He's very mid. But then everyone is. I want to look. Maybe they'll let us have him a bit cheaper. 6 million's not actually horrendous. I was expecting to have to pay closer to 10. So, 6 is... I could 9-year him, in fairness, but I'm actually willing to drop 6. If need be. God, I really can't get any scout reports on that Luigi dude, can I? Freddie Sands is never joining us. Probably goated. Jetro Janga is very... Isn't he that ridiculous guy that's at one of the Dutch clubs? I swear he was in there. These are loan players. You are interesting. He'll probably be really good just because he's got high agility. He's 16. He might be worth keeping an eye on, actually. Diego Martins is surprisingly cheap, actually. Pressing forward, that could mean all sorts. Yeah, I'm not convinced by him. There's our live golf enthusiast. Well, Cedric Seegers is actually quite good. But he does have an £11.5 million release clause. And doesn't really suit our style of play in any way. Live, laugh, love golf. He's the perfect overpriced Belgian that just doesn't suit our system in any way. Daniel, I don't know why I've even still got him on this list. He's clearly great, but that is not a position that we need any backup in right now. Get rid of you. You're at Barcelona and worth 65 million. You, I really am gutted we missed out on, but you don't need to be on there anymore. We already looked at you. You're at Atletico and want loads of money. You're at Liverpool and are on loan. You're at Arsenal. You're at Milan. Just get rid of some of these, like, fuck at me. Clean that up a little bit. Get rid of these random, like, loanee options from these big clubs because they're pointless to us. Björklund? Volatile perfectionist. What more do you... That's just me. Congratulations, Vegard. You are me. He's quite... We have checked team reports. Yeah, that's where we found the John Harland guy. He's intriguing. I worry about his potential. He doesn't have a lot of caps, though. Well, he's got 4 caps already. I might actually shortlist him for the summer, maybe. Ben Douglas of Southampton. Little bit... all right, I guess. Pere Guialo. It goes okay, Schuber. Like, we're doing fine, but unfortunately, we're just getting ruined by the game as always. Sweetie conceded 3 goals off of 4 shots and went out of the Europa League in the first knockout round, despite being brilliant and beating like Spurs and that in the group stage. They lose to like Olympiacos because, again, when it comes to the knockouts, for some reason, everyone's just much better than you. Although they did get to the final last year, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. I would have said it properly if he was there. Oh, an overpriced Belgian, you say? Noé Gosens. Juan Jimenez. I bet he's like really good. Oh yeah, this is the guy from before, isn't it? He is very good, but they wanted... Same old, pretty much should be. Yeah, although we've still got Conference League, because there's only 3 teams left in Europe now. It's us, and then the 2 Conference League lads. Concerningly. Which doesn't exactly fill me with confidence. Wait, they have another guy? Are San Lorenzo just growing wingers that have really good attributes? Is he any cheaper? He might be more suitable, actually. Yeah, basically England are now... well, there was only one team in the Europa League anyway. And yeah, they've just gone out to Olympiacos. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do that. We actually only had 1 Europa team this season because we had 3 in the Champions League, 2 in the Conference League, which I think has probably worked out better for us. Oh, there's Daniel Clay, the Brighton dude. Actually, let's have a look at Mazwowski. Oof, low determination. He's all right. And then Blagoy Zlatinsky. He's resolute as well. Reasonable attributes. Good personality. 125k done. That's loan farm. Right, this is Daniel Clay then. I like him. My issue is that he's probably going to want a high squad status, and he's just like probably going to want high wages too. I just don't know if I want to drop 6 to 10 million on him in a role that we're already stacked out with, as I worry that he would be... I think we can get much cheaper players for the loan farm if that's what he's going to be. His Brightonness makes him more expensive. It didn't like use preference, but it would still cost us 6 to 10 million, I reckon. And I'm just not sure he's 6 to 10 million good. Maybe this is the year that all of a sudden our squad player... That concerns me. Although we could start using him instead of Bazama. Try and mix things up a little bit. I can actually keep that promise in there too. I could have promised him a loan maybe. Oh, fair enough. Just give him a straight up 5-year deal. Right, Zlatinsky, youngster, promise of loan. I might start trying to put those promise of loans into like squad player contracts and see if they actually go for it. I'm not sure they will, as it happens. If he wasn't a fun Serbian Belgian, I don't think he would be worth it, but it might be nice to have an extra backup. He's one of those guys that I think will end up complaining, and then I'll just say, oh, I'll loan you out then, and then he goes like that. Minus transfer budget. I haven't, no. Well, I mean, no, I haven't. I get minus wage budget sometimes. In fact, I had to move some of our transfer budget into wages. But note that our wage budget is now massive because we got rid of 3 or 4 first teamers in the January window. If I go for it, I might just start trying to put that in every single contract if I can remember. It's another one of the reasons why I feel like those... Is there another gap there? Redcamp, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry, my apologies. I can turn that back on again now. Simon Makoko, probably not going to do that, though, if it's all the same. But you can sign him. Never heard of him. Makoko. Does he play for Real Madrid? Fujiro Seni. Oh, yeah, Fujiro Seni. What's he like? Makoko who? Wait, oh, right, I was going to say. In January, we lost Kieran Warner, Valmir, and Pebbles. For a combined close to 80 million. How many of the books? I don't want to load it up because it sometimes crashes the screen, but it's around about 350 on the books. We've obviously dropped down quite a lot as the loan farmer has done okay. It's dropped down a little bit. Makoko. Oh, Makoko Mate. Sorry, my apologies. That was actually rude of me. I saw that Endrick had been released by Newcastle in the summer as well. Where's he going to be picked up at, do you reckon? Dortmund striker. Never heard of him. So, 8 free kick taking. It's not quite... it's not coming up as much as I would like. Pompey, you say, yeah? Yeah, we have to look at his free kicks on the development page because it's the only screen that actually shows his development. Like, the only screen that shows, like, those specific attributes for some reason. Sick. We make it... To be fair, Basil, we struggle because we got the bots, of course. So that... I count that as Wempery, you know? Just sounds like... Oh, fair enough, yeah. This is that random period where... It's really useful, this period, if you do happen to not be in the... Say you end up in the this sort of knockout round here. It's actually great because you don't get those games in the way. But it's really annoying when we're already pretty much getting through. Who's the new players in 2046? Well, there's about 100,000 of them, so it would take me a little while to run you through them. I wish I could be more helpful, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's just like, I'm not sure I understand the question entirely, in fairness. Reynoso's best one. Honestly, no. There are way better players than Reynoso, they just don't play for us. Tony Novon, really? Okay. Surprising. Yeah, Ballon d'Or for sure. Wow. Okay, so Juve through. I'd take a bit of Juve. Inter, I guess. In the world. Yeah, but best players in the world. It depends on how you value that. Do you say Ballon d'Or winners? Because that's true, but that isn't the best players in the world. For example, Reynoso won the most recent Ballon d'Or, and he is very much not the best player in the world. He's great, and I love him to death, but he is not the best player in the world by any means. There's no real way of knowing who the best player in the world is without having the editor on. And even then, highest CA does not always mean best, as you see from some of the attribute breakdowns you see. So, like, Ballon d'Or winners. Also, weirdly, right? He won FIFA Pro Team Player of the Year, but he didn't win Men's Best Player. 2046 though. Well, no, because Ronaldo has retired about as long as the save is. He's retired in real life though, to be fair. Man's already retired. But yeah, best player of the world, according to the game. Oh, also, look at the team of the year, by the way. Reynoso, Pereira, Gillet, Lahovi, Kadri, Yazanovic, Krastev, and Bjork Sultan. So we had the entire backline. Has to be done, Hadrian. You've got to fight fire with fire, right? That's what I was taught as a child and as an adult. I didn't even look at the Ballon d'Or, did I? What am I doing? Alex was nominated. Yes, the Ballon d'Or, he actually stabbed the guy that produced it to him, though, so unfortunately he didn't actually get to receive it. So, God, Man City have dominated this. I like that Man City have had. It was Tironi, then Van der Meulen, then Tironi. 60s, mate. Yeah, but he's retired already, isn't he? Because he's playing in Saudi Arabia. He's retired along with Mitrovic. Shame that Mitrovic chose to retire so early. But hey. So, Emili, I don't recognise this name. Oh, my life. Oh, he's from City. I was going to say, where did he come from? But he's just another one of City's absolute monster players. Right. That's looking unfortunate. Who do I support? I am a Fulham fan. And now we wait. New peak. No, I'm gonna have to build a new one because most of the newer graphics cards, especially the more higher powered ones, tend to be too deep for the case. Which is why this one. Actually, this is an ATX size, big ATX case. The airflow's not great in it, to be fair. So I'm probably going to be building it all from scratch. Oh, thank you. I feel so validated. It's going to be built all from scratch. Basically, the whole thing is going to be built from the ground up. Brand new. I'll probably just turn this one into a PC that Pod can then use. Because it still functions perfectly fine. It's just it doesn't have that high-end ability anymore. Although really, the rest of it's actually okay. It's just the GPU. But in order to get a new GPU, I'd also have to get a new PSU, a new motherboard potentially for it. So at that point, you're always just building a new PC just to get that bit working as well. Hey, Dynamite. How's it going, friend? Sweet, you're making up for it a little bit there. Is great. I think we call it is Asthma Leaf, right? Yeah. Asthma Friends Unite. Game Against United. We were kind of crap. I like Mazraoui. I think we'll get better when we can sign a couple more players, frankly. Harrogate Town, probably not doing much. If I had to guess, they are in exactly the same league as they are in at the start of the save, because that's how it works, unfortunately. Oh, no, maybe not. See if I've actually got a player I can click on. Oh, wow, their squad's really young. Okay, he's been there 7 years. Let's see at least if they've been... Oh, so they were in League 2 a little bit. It's a cold, not asthma. That's good for you, then. Might be off to Saudi. Really? So he's retiring as well. No way. A double muck. Wait, a muck? Everton. Oh, they almost certainly are. Although they usually... I guarantee you they've... Macaulay McNaughton. What a name. Oh, that is delightful. Macaulay McNaughton. A double muck. And he's English, of course. Sir. Born in Harrogate. English fluent, obviously. Macaulay McNaughton. Be rude not to, really, wouldn't it? Not even got an agent. It's a McDouble. Oh, Pog and I think I can get McDonald's later. Right? I've been to McDonald's 3 times since they brought out that white chocolate... No, the Milky Bar Raspberry Ripple one, right? I've only managed to have it once so far. Bastards. They better not take it away from me really soon. I'll be so annoyed. Yeah, we're going to have him for sure. I'm glad we looked at this now. I love it when the lookouts like this turn into something really fun for us. Also, how's it going, Jack? I bet you Everton are in the Premier League. It's just... But I bet you they've done several seasons in the Championship in this save as well. Hopefully this guy's been here long enough for us to find out. Fuck me, Everton. Just want to find a guy that's been there for like 10 years or something. Ah, there we go. 11 years. I guarantee they've been in the... Wow, they haven't. Well, I'll be damned. You love to see it, Tim. Pog and I had a bit of dutty last week. It's because Pog's packing tonight. She's going away to King's Lynn for work for the next week, which is annoying as fuck. So it's one of the things we just can't be arsed, really, can you? I feel like this song has come on multiple times today, and I'm here for it. Or just Hadouken in general. Might just give him a 5-year contract. Don't want to be tied to Macaulay McNaughton for too long. Holiday, indeed. The armpit of Norfolk. They want him loan. Do you know what? Yes, you can have him back on loan. Right, who do we get? Please don't give us... That means Goodger versus... Oh, that's fine. That's actually totally fine. Hey, Gazman. It's going okay. It'd be going better... Oh, there you go. Benfica out. It'd be going better if we hadn't lost Sweet United to some standard FM nonsense, but it is what it is, right? We've got to do our part. Is it really? Well, there you go. Maybe I'll run into them. I doubt that somehow. Never stopped at once. I've been to King's Lynn once in my life. I played a gig there at this place called Bar Red in like 2010, maybe 2011. It was fine. And the drive up the A10 from Cambridge was an absolute nightmare. The worst thing is I'm actually going to have to drive up to King's Lynn twice this week anyway, because the Pog finishes at 11 o'clock at night one night, and obviously he isn't allowed to take the car. So I'm going to have to pick her up from work so she can get back to the hotel safely. So that's good. Glad they thought about that. And another night I'm just going to go up there and meet her so we can go to dinner or something, just so she's not so alone. I said mostly, oh, I don't listen to Crofty speak. If I could watch it... Oh, here we go. Right. View draw. Let's go. Yeah, mate, mine lives in Kettering. Right. Let's see. So what are our options here? In no way does that seem... Like, I want to avoid Liverpool. I honestly think avoid Liverpool or Barca and we'll probably be okay. That's about it. Weirdly, I also remember Kettering because didn't Paul Gascoigne randomly either play or manage them at one point? Oh, fuck, I've just hit the presents button accidentally. I was reaching for the music button. Okay. You have to start it first. So, it's going to be Liverpool or Barca, isn't it? I'd take... Okay, so I would have taken Newcastle. Porto I'd have a little go on. We'd ride on Porto. Okay, no. Which means, unfortunately, our chances of getting what we don't want is getting higher and higher. Right, Atletico, come on. I'd take Atletico. We beat them in the final last year. Okay, no Atletico. This is getting worse and worse for us here. Juventus. I'd take a bit of Juventus. Okay. Juventus is not ideal, but it feels doable. Especially if Liverpool could draw another English side here. That'd be lovely. Oh, for God's sake. Although Liverpool or Real Madrid going out here is great. Milan. Oh, go on. Give them like PSG or something. Yes, that's good. That's great. Because that sets up like a Barcelona-Man City tie or something. Oh, okay, fine. Inter Man City and then Arsenal-Barca. Okay. Pathways aren't super clear here, but I can see like Atletico Dortmund. We'd like the winner of that. I wouldn't mind to go on like Milan, Paris Saint-Germain, maybe. Newcastle, Bayern. There's a pathway emerging. It's annoying that all the English sides avoided each other there, but such is life. Have to see, that's true, and he will obviously absolutely tear us apart with his agility, because Patrick's hurt. No! Not Patrick! Oh, no. It's very champion. Yeah, there's not really any big shocks in there at all. Like, we did get a bit fortunate. Having to play... Us playing Galatasaray in the semi-final of the Champions League last year certainly was fortuitous in some way. Unbeaten streak is over. You'll love this, Tanicus. We are currently on... I want to check this again. A 74-game unbeaten run in all competitions. We've not lost in any competition, including the Champions League, since the 22nd of November 2044. Sorry. Which is now the longest record, the longest unbeaten run in football history for a club team in all competitions. And I reckon, I reckon to chat that we'd lose that unbeaten streak in the away game of our first Champions League tie in the knockouts. And that's that Juventus game coming up in just a few weeks. Yeah, we'll rotate for Gazira. Also, does that... Because they're back-to-back, aren't they? Yeah, so we'll get rid of the Iron Sealam friendly in between, because that week... I always forget that that's where that game goes. So we'll rotate for this one. Get ourselves ready. And hope we can get through. Imagine if we didn't get through. That would suck. How's the league looking? Hammer looking very comfortably as the second best side now. They've kind of woken up out of nowhere, really. Sleemer are looking pretty good for being that European team. Right, so this is rotation. Massively. Once again, it looks like we're on the other side of the draw, which means that we get both games in before the youth intake, I think, right? Yeah, both games are prior to the youth intake this year. Sometimes it straddles it in the middle, and sometimes it's after both. Sorry, or before both. Depending on which... Oh, no, never before both. Usually there's like one game in there. Right, Bizarma, Pineda... Oh yeah, Van der Velde's not here yet, is he? Kral, Sauerschnig. That's really good, actually. We'll take that. Actually, quite a nice rotated squad there. It's nice when I don't have to make any changes to the rotated squad. It feels like they're always putting in players I don't want. Watch us lose this game against Gazira United now. After all that hubbub. I want to at least reach 75 games unbeaten. And this is quite a good lineup too, so it should get us the result. Oh no, I think we're fine. We've scored 3 goals. Yeah, 3-0. We are. Blazkral. Cortege as well. I'll tell you what. I've been impressed with him, considering he is 17 years old. And I like that a lot, actually. It's just that low determination. Always quick sim league games. I do. Yeah, I do. Because there's no point in playing them. Like, we could play all the league games, but every season would take 3 times as long, and the progression that we'd make in Europe and the same in general would be so much slower. So at this stage, I'm fairly confident that we're going to get the result. Oh, straight wins, I was going to say. What happened? Hey, Jorah. With Wolves, what does a good season look like? Let me find out. Let me get my database up. Sheets. Just get my Google Sheets up and I can tactics test. I'll have a little look. It varies. Losing and having fun. That's how you start, you know. You start off losing and having fun, but you're all right with that. So the first tactic, when I was testing it, I was getting like mid 40 points with Wolves with our original old school tactic. But what I was testing was against like middle 6, top 6 and bottom 6 to see who I was getting points against over that period as well. So I had a whole spreadsheet that was seeing how many points I got against the top 7 sides, the middle 6 sides and the bottom 6 sides based on the game's opinion of where those clubs would finish. So that's one of the things I was testing. But to give you an idea, when this tactic that I'm currently using, when I was testing this, we were averaging 62 points over a course of, that was like 8 different simulations. We were averaging 62 points, which most of the time for Wolves meant that we were getting a lot of points against the worst sides, but also getting a decent amount off the middle sides. That was the key. And also decent against some of the bigger sides, but not amazing. So that's where we went from. And that's why our tactic has allowed us to win the Champions League, because we were going from averaging, with that test, like 42 points to averaging 62 points with Wolves. And also, once I started to realise that we, as the side that we are, didn't have to be quite as conservative, so we could sort of try to strangle games a little bit more. But that was generally speaking where I was looking at. McNaughton's in. But it's hard to tell, though, because it's not really the great testing. Not even playing here. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. You're going to have to remind me sometimes. At the end of the day, I'm not going to always remember to put each player in at the start of each game. It's just not something my brain has the capacity to remember, unfortunately. And because the game considers him a first-team player, unless someone reminds me before the game, I'm going to forget a lot of the time. It's a natural but sad fact of life. I am a forgetful person. I am tempted to get into that the new Balatro type game, but it's like Blackjack. I think it's called like Dungeons and Degens or something, which is an interesting name for that. But I do want to give Fulvio more game time, but I can't. I, at the same time, also do not have the capacity to remember to give him the game times. It'd be so cool if you could lock players in there, yeah. I wish that selection advice thing was just a little bit more functional, I guess. Just did a little bit more. Oh, we did look at Leighton Orient. Not Leighton Porient. That sounds like something that a really like low banter away fan would call them. League One. Degenerate Gamblers. That's it, not Dungeons and Degens. Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to be Balatro. Balatro has just mastered that particular genre, it seems. 1 year, cool. Cheers, Ian. Thomas Jones. It's not quite Tom Jones. Anthony Osborne. Wow, they just signed a new squad, didn't they? O'Shea Southernwood, by the way. What a great name that is. Also, shout out to August Urlauger Brynjolfsson. Superb name. Ahmed Offor. Hopefully he's been here the longest. Nope. Of course not. That would be silly. Thomas Finley. Jesus Christ. The last goal slate. Nicely done. That's awesome. I've still got loads more to do. I mean, I managed to get one of those. Actually, it wasn't gold stake, was it? I did randomly get a gold stake while I was waiting for something to load the other day. Randomly. Managed to complete a gold stake. I can't remember which one it was on. As Nick Jones. God, why? I guess in the lower leagues, there's more churn with contracts, particularly for leagues that aren't switched on. Why did I even click on him? Malta did not win the World Cup today. Sadly, no. The board were most let down. Okay, so yeah, they've mostly been hovering between League 1 and League 2. Making you repeatedly forget something. Yeah. Speaking of Millie, I'm gonna hopefully schedule another doctor's appointment soon. I'm gonna go in with a completed ASRS as well, and hopefully try to escalate things from there. Basically, that's the plan. I was telling Chat Ho earlier, I was working on something, I accidentally got distracted by my phone for 5 seconds, and then booked myself into a 10k race. Erratic deck. Which one's erratic deck? Oh, the one where it's all random. I actually find that one quite easy because if the run, I just look at the deck at the start of the run. If I don't like it, I just hold R and then just get a new deck, basically. I think I actually have gold stack on erratic. Porto beating Chelsea. That would be funny as hell if Porto beat out Chelsea here. I would like that very much, just because Chelsea won the group. Out of nowhere, kind of. Right. But anyway, we probably should have another look at the... Because we're making quite a lot of progress today, so I want to keep an eye on the scout reports. I've been trying to stay on top of it, but it is tough, you know. It's one of the things where if I was playing offline, I think I'd be a lot more min-maxy than I am on stream, but it's a question of, like, trying to keep up with a sensible amount of movement whilst trying to be, and I use the giantest of air quotes, entertaining at the same time, which is always very tough. Particularly when you're me. There's a harm to myself or others, which is... Right. Where about... You're not based in Yorkshire by any chance, are you, James? Just a weird question, I realise, but I've heard really bad things about specifically the NHS Trust in Yorkshire with regard to ADHD stuff. You are? Right. Okay, that actually explains a lot. I figured you might have been, just because you maybe put you at Bradford City, and they've got a... Yeah, there's all sorts of problems with that specifically in Yorkshire. Or from what I've heard, anyway. Yeah, actually, I forgot about that, Millie, because you were the one that sort of put me onto this in the first place. That's essentially what I was reading, yeah. So yeah, I think one of it is it's just about like I talked about this last year, so I'm not going to go into it too much again. Like, just feeling like an imposter, I suppose, which sounds really stupid, but like that's how it. 4-0 Sunderland already. It's just the start of the second half now, right? Right. Selection advice. Let's go. There's something bad happening with Sirens there. Actually, we've been great. Oh, really? Jesus Christ. Yeah, for us, we've been doing fine. It's been the other Maltese sides that have struggled today. Both Goodyear and Hamron didn't get through the knockouts of the Champions League. Sweetie did get through the knockouts of the Europa, but they came 10th in the group and then got knocked out by Olympiacos in a game where Olympiacos had 4 shots and they conceded 3 of them, sadly. So not ideal. And as a result, we've taken a bit of a... I mean, we're still going to end up with probably quite a good season in the end because we've still got those 2 teams in the Conference League. By the way, have we looked at their draws yet? Watch them have the highest draws possible. Birkirkara versus Applewell Betasheva. Okay. And Balzan versus Trenchin. Where did these 2 finish? That feels doable. So Applewell were 12th, so they're a reasonable side, and Trenchin were 9th. Okay, these are not bad sides by any means. I still feel like our guys are better. But, yeah. Oh, our team is always full of wanted men. We're a bunch of outlaws, you know. That, and it's really hard to bring myself to actually make doctor's appointments and go to doctor's appointments and make efforts on stuff like that, which I realise is part of the problem. It's like this absolute paralysis of being able to do stuff like that, especially with I've got a lot of stuff going on at the moment, which I can't actually talk about yet. But that just makes my brain just shut down. Under 19 manager, I don't look for anything in an under 19 manager other than use his loan farm, literally. Because, I mean, I guess good attributes, right? Well, because I was qualified to do... Really? Jesus Christ. I'm going to hopefully, Millie, try and go down like the RTS pipeline. Sorry, not RTC pipeline instead. With someone like Psychiatry UK or ADHD 360 or something like that. Because my doctor seemed pretty amenable to that whole sort of stuff. So we'll see. I mean, admittedly, that when I saw that doctor, that was 18 months ago. So I rock up, she's like, it's 18 months, you were supposed to make an appointment in like a month's time. Whoops. Whoopsie. I'll be like, can we use that on the assessment? Working with youngsters. What you actually, I take that back. What you really want from managers that are in your under 19 squad is good personalities. You want ideally a personality that has high professionalism in it. Yeah, no, she was great about it. Posturing as she said. I wasn't talking about that, Don. I meant like in terms of when it comes to ADHD and the potential diagnosis of that. I feel like weirdly, despite having all the sort of things that would make you think that I do, I also feel like I don't, and I'm just wasting people's time, if that makes sense. That's what I was trying to sort of explain. I realised I wasn't very clear about that. Or possibly one of the worst jobs you could have for it as well. Although it's great when you're on a roll. When you're locked in, like I was for Premier League years for 6 weeks, I was hyper-focused. Bro, it was crazy. 8 hour, like not 8 hour days, like 12-hour days for 6 weeks straight. It was brilliant. And then I suffered for it for the rest of the year. When it goes wrong, it's the opposite way around, isn't it? Right, I'm going to have a quick pee break. Then we're going to get back into these two games because we want to get these done before the Premier League fixture of the afternoon begins. So I shall return from my wee momentarily, friends. Where's my button? It was Bjorn Torre Kwame. It's actually need a head of use with preferred formation. You don't actually need one. You just likely want one. So if you're playing a system that, like, for example, you're never going to find a head of youth development that has the same system as me for obvious reasons. So what you want basically is a system that's going to have a guy that's got a preferred formation that's most likely got as many of the positions that you kind of use in yours as possible. But what you really want is a guy with a personality that has high professionalism. That's actually what you really want. At the end of the day, sod the positions. If you find a guy who's a model citizen, that's what you want. Even if his formation isn't perfect, take him over anything else. Ow. Also, just going back to the thing about... It almost could seem like this sort of stuff I was talking about with like my forgetfulness and that, and the hasn't has only been a recent thing. It's not so much that, it's just that I've only felt more comfortable talking about it publicly more recently as I realized that I was not so weird, I guess. I sound stupid, but that's the reason. And like I said, Nathan, I've just explained it. I don't know if you can actually hear me or whether you can only see the chat, but I've just sort of gone through it for you. Right, okay. Juventus and stuff. You have to pay for Wi-Fi? Oh, Christ. Are they going to pay for that too? Because otherwise, I hope you got data, muff. Right, let's go. Didn't hear me. Oh, okay. Sorry, you asked it right in chat, and then I just responded immediately, so I just assumed you'd be able to hear me. I've explained it for way longer than I should have done, but essentially the TLDR is personality matters more than preferred formation. Get a guy with model citizen personality. If he has some of the positions that you use, then great. If not, oh well. That's basically that's the shorter version anyway. If you want the longer version, rewind the VOD a little bit. Right, let's go. Is it still 4-0 to Sunderland? Does that mean that Sheffield Wednesday have won 4-0 on the opening day and have now lost 4-0 the following week? Imagine if they lose 5-0 somehow with a negative goal difference after all this. Formation isn't essential yet. I mean, you're never going to find a guy that matches your current formation. If you're playing a weird system, like, for example, I am, you're not going to find a guy that has that because it just isn't it. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to have to retrain them if you can avoid it, but it'll be alright. Them having a personality that means they have high professionalism is so much more important, because it's all very well getting a guy that plays in your system, but if he comes through with a personality that means that he may well have high PA, but if he's got a crap personality with low professionalism, good luck getting him to reach that like peak that he may or may not have. So I think you want to sort of set yourself up for success. And it's not usually too difficult to find a guy that's at least playing a system that is somewhat similar to yours, right? Looks Van der Steel's career. Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. He's the epitome of the ultimate journeyman, really, isn't he? What I'm looking for out of this game is very simple from us. 0-0. If we get a 0-0 here, I'm happy with that. Anything beyond that, like a goal from Gonzalo Reynoso after 8 minutes, is perfection. Padilla with the assist. God, these two have been like brothers this year. 4-4-2 is usually good, unless you're using a lot of DMs. Oh, no. Then maybe a 4-2-3-1, because that defaults to DM this year, doesn't it? But really what you want is a model citizen or a model professional. We already lead away from home. This is perfection. Reynoso might not quite reach the goal-scoring heights of last year. Top 3 personalities, model citizen, anything with model in it. Honestly, I think Driven and Resolute are underrated good personalities beyond that. Was that his 200th goal? No way, that's lovely. Model professional. Either is fine, because you want the high professionalism, and the chances are the differences between 20 and 18 professionalism over the player's career probably isn't going to make too much difference. And with model citizen, you get other good stuff that comes with it. So either is absolutely fine. As Hernandez is through, we need a big save and we don't get it. It is 1-1. Immediately, Juve, well, not immediately, but Juve find the equalizer. Okay. Spirited is alright, but like, if I'm talking like top 3 or 4 personalities, both of the model ones, and then you can have like, isn't there like very professional? No, that's model professional, isn't there? I like Driven and Resolute as well. I think they're great. True, you get a lot of those centre mids that are kind of both, or either AMs or DMs as well, I guess. Yeah, good point. Okay, so both of us have had 2 shots, 1 on target, and both of us have scored. We have no possession. I have a weird feeling this game might actually turn into a bit of a disaster for us for some reason. Poke it through. There we go. Nice. Okay. Hagvad, thank you for the follow. Full team of mercenaries. Perfectionists are one that they can train. Perfectionists can be really good, but they can also be a nightmare to work with. Oh, hello. Lahovi, go on, find Reynoso again. And he does! It's 2-1. Reynoso's 26th goal of the season. Now, see, maybe Reynoso can only be prolific in the knockouts of the Champions League. I can still see him getting double digits in the Champions League for us this season, but he just has to do it all through the knockouts, because he's only got 4 so far. Well, technically it's 6 now, isn't it? That's just great from Lahovi. Little shift of weight, whips it across. Absolute pinball there, and Sirens get a goal. Good stuff. This is pizza. Oh, yeah. Now you're talking. Also, Inter beating City as things stand. We lead. Every shot on target has been a goal in this game so far. And we're quite fortunate. Yeah, Reynoso hates small matches. I love the idea of that being a trait. Lahovi's... How is he on a 6.5 despite getting an assist? Oh, he didn't get the assist. He's still got a key pass, though. To be fair, it did kind of deflect off like 3 people before it came to him. Okay. I don't know if Pereira's actually fully match fit yet. Determined decent? I don't know, because determination isn't actually that relevant. It's their professionalism that matters. So you could have a determined personality, but their professionalism could be all over the place. So that's why I tend to focus more on personalities that guarantee high professionalism, that you need to have high professionalism in order to get that personality. That's a great tackle. We're still going to concede because the ball's come back to him, but it's a shame, but we are going to concede a goal here. Yeah. He's offside, though. In a Europe-only contract type. Also, he's not allowed to play domestically. He can only play in European games. To be fair, he kind of gets that anyway. Bro rarely ever plays in the league for us. He's always getting rotated. But also, what I will say is, you're unlikely to find that many players that have model citizen or model professional. So it's best to focus on more achievable personalities. So I really like Driven and Resolute are some of my favourites. I rarely ever see players with Driven and Resolute that don't at least max out if you give them every ability to do so. I.e., make sure you're playing them, get them on the right training, all that sort of jazz. So as long as you're doing that, you should get what you want out of them. I want to start buying and selling players and need them to pay double. I mean, did he actually say that? But also, like, do they need more players? It seems like Chelsea need a lot of things, but more players seems like the bottom of that list, or is that not the point he was making? Gillet could probably do with a little rest here, actually. I'm a bit worried about weakening the squad on the pitch too much here, but... No, I'm going to risk keeping Padilla on. Others... Yes, but they need to be good enough and actually in your first team. You can't just get like a model professional and have him be some random dude in your B team or whatever. You need to have, if you are able to actually find those guys that are first team level and have that as well, yeah. On ahead, what's the best? Model citizen, like I said. Model citizen and model professional, those are the two you want. But you're not going to find that many of them is the issue, really, because they're very rare. My point is that you're not always going to be able to get players that have the personalities you want and all the other things that you need. So that's why having those other oh my goodness me! Oh, please tell me that's onside. What a goal! The flick on to flick on. Was that straight from the throw-in? Look at this! Sawashnik flicks the throw-in in, flicked on by Padilla, and then flicked over the goalkeeper by Bizarma. That's amazing. That never touched a player's foot after coming back into play. Incredible scenes. 3-1 away from home, 2 for Reynoso, 1 for Bizarma. If we get a 3-1 victory away from home in Turin here, wow, that's so much better than I expected. That was so like Rocket League, yeah, keeping the ball up. Love that. The goalkeeper's had a bad day, but I don't know what he could really do about that goal. That was great. We've been kind of fortunate there to win that by as much as we did. That's a huge result. But I think it just goes to show that we are genuinely massive now and really should be contending every single year. But that's why I feel like it's always better to just go for like the driven. I mean, if you get the guy who's got the model citizen, then brilliant. But don't worry if you can only find a guy that's got like driven or resolute. I forget which is really better, but either way, they're both great. Oh, that rep bump makes a huge difference. I don't know if we've actually got higher rep than Juve at the moment. It's probably about the same. Currently, anyway. So, yeah, we've got the second leg as well. And then it's youth intake. Resolute's better, yeah. But they're both pretty good. But yeah, if you got a choice out of the two, I could never remember which one's which. But if I see it on a player, I'm always happy. Nah, Iron Will, there's a few that they got rid of. Edison was always like the one, wasn't it? If I recall, Edison was one of the few players that started with an Iron Will personality. I'm not sure if it's even in the game anymore. There's a few like that don't exist anymore. I can't remember, because Slack's another fun one. Resolute be better. Model Citizen. No. Because most of his attributes don't matter or do anything. The only thing you really care about with your head of youth development is what personality he's potentially giving to the players that are coming through. So, having the chance of your playing being a model citizen is better than him having better attributes, because his attributes are kind of meaningless for the most part. Like, their attributes don't really do a lot. It's unfortunately, it's another one of the things where FM's, the attributes of most of your coaching staff really don't matter that much. Special is only 15. Yeah, that's pretty solid actually then. Yeah, some of the personalities are, everything's, that's why the worst personality you'll see on a real player is balanced. So Balzan Trenchin and Bikikara, right, we need good results away, lads, so that you can stay in the game. Watch them both lose 3-0. Just some whack-ass nonsense. That's how it's been going for us, apart from us. Yeah, competitive streak. I love that. Surprising for Bikikara to only draw... Wow, they've got away with that. You know what? They've got away with that. Ronnie Regions. Oh, there's way more than that. But yeah. I think low determination probably as well. Which makes sense. They were just about the better side, I would say. Ambition may be a bit lower. Yeah, ambition's not super important. It's not going to make the player any better. If anything, I don't mind the odd I find that occasionally you can get some really good players that are unambitious because their professionalism could still be really good. They're just like less likely to cause a problem for you. Which is even better in a way. Okay, good points there. That should at least take us into the 14-point mark, right? 14.6. England are just in a different dimension this year, unfortunately. As long as we stay ahead of Spain, which we are going to, we're going to be okay. But, like, for example, in our team, there's almost no model citizens. I think we've got, like, maybe one. We used to have two, but one of them's left now. If I just look in mentoring, it's the best way to see this. Oh, no, what are you doing? Out of interest. So, for example, Uri Lahovi is one of them. Let me just have a look. In the first team squad, anyway. So, there's a few professionals, some resilient... Sorry, resilient's pretty good as well, actually. Driven, resolute. And obviously, yeah, we've got model citizen here. And professional, too. Vida was a model citizen, you're right, yeah. And I think Palacio... No, Palacio's a professional, sorry. Never signed. Mercenaries. Honestly, there's no personality I would never sign, but I don't like low determination ones, and I actually don't like perfectionists that much, but they're usually okay. Alex was a mercenary. Yeah, at the end of the day, if they're a world-class player, I'm still signing them, right? Yeah, unambitious is actually a really good personality sometimes. You can get some really good players with unambitiousness. Spineless. It's such a rare personality, so it's not really something that's ever had to come up because it is so difficult to get. Unambitious. Yeah, unambitious is good. Unambitious. People give unambitious a bad name, but it's not about personality at all. Because unambitious doesn't affect the way they develop. It just means unsporting is not a personality, I believe. That's a media handling style, I think. Might be wrong. I'm not sure. What about some play? They won 1-0. Temperamental. I don't like temperamental. But it's one of those things where a lot of the time the personality is more the tiebreaker. Yeah, honest. That's the one I was trying to think of earlier. Honest. I thought honourable, but I didn't say it out loud. But yeah, honest is the one I was thinking of. Unambitious is great because you get your lower wages. They're not going to try and mug you off to go on another club anyway. They'll join lower rep clubs, and there's nothing to say that they don't have good professionalism either. They can be really good professional to a point, and or at least like reasonable professionalism while still be unambitious. Like, look at Melman. What an absolute godsend he's been. 25 and 25. Man just does it. Please in progress, God. He's... this is why I feel like Kadri can step off next year, because Guthmanson's ready. 20 jumping reach, 6'6". Imagine him starting in the Champions League for us. Each period of the season, like between scouting and transfers. Well, I do scouting and transfers all year round. So, what does it mean? Basically, mercenary players, they are a nightmare in training. Sorry, no, not nightmare in training. They have really low professionalism, I believe. No, actually, I don't think they do. Basically, mercenaries will push for a move the moment you get a bid on them. They will also disrupt your team talks. They're the ones that will constantly complain about other players being unhappy. Fickle, it's just a bit I think. But I'm still trying to get rid of it on the one player that we do have that has fickle. But yeah, but as for like guides, I don't have any guides for it because I do the same thing all year round. Like, generally speaking, very low loyalty. Yes, that's it. Along with other factors. But then so does yeah, no, it is mercenary, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, no, I do the same thing all year round pretty much. It's just scouting, transfers. I do a lot of transfer business outside of the windows because you can kind of do it with a bit of peace and quiet in a weird way. Because you can get your business done and you've got less competition for your places a lot of the time. Not for your places so much as like, there's less other teams buzzing around. Low loyalty, high ambition, yeah. Like, it's not a horrendous personality in the sense that they're not going to be like bad for development, but they will annoy the shit out of you. Next level, 33rd in coefficient. Damn. Yeah, basically, I'm just scouting young players all year round. When then it comes to building any side up to the biggest level, you have to sign young players and make them better because you're not going to be able to sign first teamers that are going to improve you that much. Actually, at that level, you probably can still, but it's a waste of time, I would say. I would say focus on bringing in young players and thinking 5, 6, 7 years into the future. Our plans are measured in centuries, you know? That's the way I tend to think about it. I love how all three of these guys have got like double-digit goals and assists. Who's actually the top output leader this year? Reynoso's got 30, 34 for Padilla, 31 for Pereira, 22 for Lahovi is great, and 18 for Babasi is not bad. He's not going to get that many goals in that position. These are your personalities. Oh. Yeah, so some of these, as far as I'm aware, they don't actually show up in the game, but they do still show up. Like Charismatic Leader, I've never seen a player since they took it out of the game, I don't believe, that actually has that anymore. Forza Chris, thank you very much for the Prime. That's very kind of you, friend. Jovio, I've never seen Leader as a personality either. Oh, there is unsporting and sporting. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Low self-belief. Yeah, we got a lot of players with low self-belief as well. Casual I've seen a couple of times. Spineless we've actually seen in this save. I have seen Devoted once. It was a real player, though. This is the personality ranking. Oh, my lord. Oh, I see like this, yeah. Basically, you want... Like... Model Professional is actually probably more like what you'd want for a head of youth development in a way. Only once in the born leader. Really? I think it's because it probably... To be fair, if you can find leader in real player, you can find it in regens as well, because the personalities are created by different combinations of attributes. So if a real player could have that personality, then technically a regen could have that personality as well, presumably, just because they could have the same they could have the same attributes. But I've never actually seen it. It's always a tough one with personalities, because, like, if you look through our first team, I imagine they've got one of a set of personalities. So, for example, our goalkeeper, fairly professional. It's solid. It's not spectacular. Carlos Vieira, resilient. He was a model citizen at one point, was Carlos Vieira, but now it's resilient. I find that it often drops into that. Resolute for Paez. Kadri is level head. Oh, no, he's professional as well. Babasi is fickle, but we're working on that. Incredibly, we are working on that. Kravitz, I think he's okay. Fairly determined. It's not ideal, but he's still developed quite nicely, so there's clearly something there. Resilient from Gert as well. Upgraded junior coaching 2 times, but still the same rating. When you say rating, do you mean like the number? Or can you not see the number on the skin that you're using? Leadership over 16. I think we've actually got... Let's see, Paez. Right there. 17. Gert's never happy with training. He's complained about it for the last 12 years. It's because we don't have enough quickness training. Yeah, he still puts in good training ratings. One of the real players. Oh, fair enough. Oh, it's there. Holy damn. I've never seen that before. You're working on it. We're doing mentoring on him. He's in a mentoring group. Most of the squad is actually fairly happy with training, to be fair. So if you've upgraded junior coaching 2 times but it has the same rating, then that either means it's been downgraded as well, or you actually haven't upgraded it and maybe they've said no, or it's a bug, but I don't believe that's probably the case. It should go up by a number each time you do it. Are you sure they actually said yes to it? Because sometimes you can select it and they'll just say no anyway. The Blatcher sponsor, that was from Pass Pro's latest round of kits, which is awesome. Particularly as I love the away kit. Looks just like the Charlotte FC one. 36 leaders. Really? Wow. I wonder if Charismatic Leader isn't so much that it's out of the game entirely. It's just that it requires almost like exact numbers. But even so, you'd think that players would eventually just have those numbers, right? That's true, I guess. This is the kind of game where we just kind of need to get through it. But I would still like to win on the night just for the coefficient or Gorn Lahovi. Another... Oh, okay, wait. Keep pressuring. Nice. Kravitz can knock this down to Boldia. Oh, well played, Kadri. Pereira knocks it down. It's Padilla. Oh, my goodness. He could not have hit that any harder if he tried. He's already beaten his best ever goal scoring season, and there's still so much of the year left. I could see him getting close to 30 goals for us this year if he carries on at this rate. Never have regens. Yeah, true. I haven't really paid much attention. I mean, to be fair, the reason Paez is our captain is because he has the highest leadership, or did at the time. I didn't set the team reports scouting. We do, yes. If you do ! Scouting in chat, I have a whole video where I talk about all the different types of scouting, but there is a whole section in that about the team report setup. Because it does take a little while to set up, but once you've set it up, it's usually pretty good. Oh. Okay, losing Lahovi here is not ideal. But yeah, the reason I chose Paez is because he had the highest leadership, and I think it was 16 at the time, but it's not really got any better. I could send him on a leadership course, I guess. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe leadership is capped at a certain amount unless you actually start sending them actively on courses. I don't know. I haven't really thought to do that, honestly. I think I might have sent him on one course when I was preparing. Oh my god! Sirens 1, Juve Neil. Juve Neil is just a guy from, like, Dagenham that supports Juve. It's 1-0. Hot dog. That is such a good... Kadri's obviously heard that we're thinking of moving him on in the summer, and he's gone, you know what? Let me assist you with that. Just drives forward. That is a perfect goal. Look at that for a finish from the centre-back. Juve Neil. Or the 51. True. But I kind of want to just sort of see if we can get a guy to 20 now that you've said that it doesn't seem that likely. I want to beat the game at its own game. Pereira, back inside. Kravat's going to have a pop on it. Oh, it's in! It's 2-0. We are 5-1 up against Juventus. This is what I mean. I feel like we could get back to the Champions League final again this year. Even with all the squad churn. He knows Kevin Lasagna. The age of a young team. Paez is 30. Also, you say we have a young team, but we actually don't. I think the idea that I have a young team is actually kind of a misnomer these days. Like, when you look at our squad, goalkeeper is 27. Vieira, admittedly, is like 25, so he's not the oldest. But then Paez is like 30, I think. Kadri's 31. Babesi's 20, albeit. Kravitz is like fairly young, but Gilet's 29, I think. 28. Sawashnig is maybe 25. Pereira's a bit younger than that. Padilla's 31. It's not like the Supra. Our squad is nowhere near as young as it used to be. I don't know if you can send them on repeated courses, actually. No. Last year we won the Champions League, so if we got back to it again, it would be back-to-back finals. And we've not lost a game. This would be, our 75th game unbeaten in all comps. Go on, Sawashnig. Have another one. Make it easy for him. Oh. Actually got it with courses. Well, maybe. From what Max showed in this test, the only attribute that really improved over the age of about 28 most of the time was agility and balance. Or was that 31? Might have been 31. Which I think, again, is why agility is so important in the match engine. That's a great pass. Pereira knocks it down. Can he make it 3? Yes, he can. I think he's offside, though. Yeah. Oh, actually, wait, is he? Yeah. Yeah, getting Arsenal out here is good for us. And we're clearly going through now. 5-1 up on aggregate. Cruising. Just doing our job. Hey, Jason. We're doing great. Best we ever sold. Quasi, I would say. Quasi Awua. 126 million to Manchester City. Had no choice, unfortunately. He hit us with the FRT because I let his contract get a bit too low, and then he refused to sign a new one, so we just had to cash in at the time. He's a shame because he would have suited this new style of play that we use really nicely. That's true. We didn't test that, I suppose. I guess it probably doesn't really matter that much, since I think we've already shown that leadership isn't even that important in the game this year, because it doesn't allow you much in terms of, convincing the dressing room and stuff. I feel like leadership used to be so much more important on the older FMs when you could actually have them, affect your squad a lot more. Ooh, going short with it. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh my god, what a goal. Oh, please don't tell me this is offside. Nope, onside. Sirens 3, Juve 1. What a... We've scored some weird goals in this tie. It's 3-0 on aggregate. But look at this. Pereira takes it short to Padilla, who then drives to the byline, then just dinks it to the back post. Kadri heads it across, and then Reynoso heads it in. Love that. You rarely ever see 20 pace. 20 heading... Yeah, 20 jumping reach, you see. I mean, for example, Gudmundsson. It's still pretty rare to see 20 jumping reach, but Gudmundsson, our Icelandic centre-back, does have 20 jumping reach. Oh, Sharon went, well, yeah. That's the second time in this tie that we've actually scored like a double header goal. Love that. 6-1 on aggregate against Juventus. I do wonder if actually part of the reason why we've been starting to get better and better in the knockouts now is because every single player in our starting 11 pretty much likes big matches. In fact, loves big matches. And the more you go into the tournament, the more it values those big matches. So that's why we seem to get better as we go into these Champions League games. And speaking of Gudmundsson, he's going to come on now. I do wonder if that's how look, we've scored every shot on target here. It's worth calling that out because it's us doing it for once. We've barely touched the ball in this game, and yet we've scored 3 times. It's great. So we basically got an assist today. Oh, he's had a poor day. Love to see it. I suspect that is how the AO were beating us before, because it takes a long time to build up a team that can have that level of capability. Whereas now I feel like we've actually got the team that we wanted the whole time. Let's get Joshua Crompton on for a little bit. We are the FM now, yeah. The rep roll is probably to do with stuff like that. Consistency not being high enough, and the big matches one I think is super important. But I believe every single player in our starting 11 now has big matches, or really likes big matches. Really important. No, it really, really is. I used to believe that the big matches thing wasn't that important and it only mattered in cup finals. I was so wrong. What Max showed is that the higher the reputation of the competition you're in, the more it matters, and the further you are into that tournament as well, even more it matters on top of that. Oh, look at this from Atta. Sorry, the game started stuttering again for some reason there, which is weird. Come on, FM. Graphics card back, please. It's just got annoyed because Juve are losing. There we go. Oh, they've got a guy called Said. But I think over the last couple of years, getting a goalkeeper that likes big matches, I think, was crucial. It's a shame we conceded another goal, but it is what it is. I think that was the biggest turning point for us, was getting rid of a goalkeeper that doesn't like big matches, even if you replaced him with a goalkeeper that's slightly worse, but he likes big matches. And I think the difference that he's getting in those big games was massive. Because of all the players on the pitch, goalkeeper and striker, I think, having them like the big matches is so important, because particularly the goalkeeper, because they're so like pivotal. Oh wow, City are absolutely clapping. Do you reckon we draw City next? I could very likely see that happening. But if Max hadn't have done that, I would never have thought that would have been the case. Although, actually, weirdly, I believe the reason I thought that was the case is because I'd seen another experiment in the past, so maybe they changed something, honestly. Hates matches. Yeah, he's retired, hasn't he? I actually didn't know he was even still under contract somewhere. I can't remember the last time I saw him play. Clap City, I mean, I guess, but it's a risk, innit? I'd much rather have the winner of, say... who would I like the winner of? That is a question. Either way, we at least know that we're going to have a next tie. I'd take Dortmund. I mean, Dortmund just beat the team that we beat in the final last year. Dortmund would be fine, although Mamadov would be annoying if he scored against us. Barcelona are through. We always beat Barca 1-0. Kadri with a goal and an assist. Love to see it. Modric wants Chelsea next. Luca, shut the fuck up. No, we don't. We definitely don't want Chelsea next. Although I feel like we could take Chelsea as well. They may have won the group, but they're just not that good, are they? Right, we're a couple of days away from the youth intake now, so get your predictions in, friends. I'm going to go best player, 2.5-star PA. Genuinely that bad. Although, Chelsea are on the verge of going out here anyway. Chelsea are out. Although, do you know what? I'll take Porto. Bayern through. Milan through. Real Madrid through. So, Newcastle, Chelsea and Liverpool all out in the same round. 3 more English sides. So, that's Arsenal, Newcastle, Chelsea and Liverpool all out already. So England have come into a bit of a halt there. What a game! Lazio through in extra time. 7-6. Jesus Christ. How many goals were there in extra time? 1, 2, 3 as well. Whereas the option, if you go onto a player's profile, just as an example, I'll just use our captain, because he is, I don't know if I have it. It shows up here. I mean, it's not there on him, but if I say on... There you go. I think you have to have leadership below a certain point. So maybe it isn't valuable then. Right. Kerper. I realize I've almost asked you this too early because I think it's on the 9th. Yeah, England losing all those teams. 20.1 now. That's a lot of teams they've lost. It means that there's room for catching them. We're up to 15 again. I still think we could get 18, 19 points this year, potentially. Yeah, I think maybe it's if you've got 15 more plus, maybe it just doesn't allow it. Maybe it's only for players that aren't good leaders to begin with. Right. That's Europa League. We don't care about that. This is crucial. If we're going to have a good season this year, we need both Balzan and Bikikara through here. This is massively important. If they both get through, we've got a chance here. Oh, he's actually going to go on it. I reckon 2-star PA would be really bad. I reckon 2.5. But like a lying 2.5. Or RZ playing Brighton? Be great if they could go out as well. I wonder who the English team in the Europa League is. Or is that Brighton? No, they're in... West Tottenham, isn't it? Tottenham... Oh, that was only the first leg. Right, come on. Balzan through, Bikikara through. Both 1-0 wins. Banging. That's amazing news. Both of them get through to the next round of the Conference League. We get Brøndby through, Stade Rennais, Valencia, Brighton, unfortunately, and Čukarički. If one of them got Čukarički, that could be huge. It's a shame to see Brighton get through, though. Ruskin with the 40 months, my friend. How's it going, man? It's hard to say yet, Stewie, but it didn't look good for them yesterday, did it? I know the red card didn't help, but concerning. RZ could not do it. No, they couldn't. But, on the plus side, it's now 15.6 for us, so we do start to close the gap a little bit more there. Just avoid each other. Yeah, I think we can safely... They do want to avoid each other in this next round, I think. After that, it's okay if it means that they get through. Right. It's been cancelled. Right, new intake. Here we go. Hey! Oh, he's Swedish! Why is he Swedish? There's a guy called Daniel Toth. Wait, hang on. Chat, there's a guy called Daniel Toth in our youth intake. There's a guy called Daniel Toth in our youth intake. Wait a second. Imagine if it's my son. This would be the greatest thing ever. He's not even bad, is he? No! Doesn't even like me. Oh. Nephew. Well, we're signing him up anyway. Adoptive son. Yeah, exactly. Haven't signed the papers yet. Oh, I got so excited. Watch there be another guy called Toth in here that we just missed. Yeah, you're not the father. God damn it. That's so disappointing. Let's have a look at Antonio Abrahamson then. Unflappable professional. Holy shit, he's actually quite good. Where's a Malagasy in there? He's not got the speed. He's okay. Look at his technicals. Unflappable professional as well. We've got Jacob Zarb, who's a wingback. Unambitious. Such is life. Hang on, he had 3 determination. Oh, he does. Not the best. Wait a second. Nah, not a son. We thought it might have been a son. Unambitious. Again, they're just always unambitious. Which, again, isn't that bad, I guess. He's really weird breakdown. What was his personality? Yeah, I think he might be better than the stars suggest. He might not be horrendous. He's probably still pretty bad. But remember, when we signed Babasi, the game told us that he was 2.5 stars. Sorry, no, 3.5 stars. Sorry, 3 stars PA. So it's not over yet. Get the editor and adopt. I don't think you can even do that, can you? Toth, on the other hand, he doesn't even look that bad, but he is fickle, which is annoying. 3-star and... There's a 3-star multi. Oh, there is actually. Yeah, Joseph Formosa. Low determination. Again. You can't... Oh, can you? Yeah, I wouldn't do that, obviously. Oh. You're right. Yeah, he's definitely Malagasy. You could just tell from the name and the fact that it says Malagasy there, but that's cool. The son of a Nugen. That's amazing. Well, I'll obviously sign all these guys up. Because of course I am. Antonio looks... like he... Do you know what? I would be willing to bet that Antonio probably has higher PA than Matthew Side. Despite it only saying 3 stars, I'd be willing to bet that he's better than him. Just because he has come through a lot later in the save. Right? Oh, I got so excited about the prospect of having a son then. That would have been incredible. I've never had a son in FM. It's so rare. Yeah, 3 stars means a lot more now than, say, 5 stars meant back in the day. Because was Matthew Side even like 5 stars? I think he was like 4.5, wasn't he, back in the day? Charles Feathers, thank you for the follow. Exactly. Saeed is literally 3 stars right now. So if we could get a guy that's of that level, that's surely, I was going to say Maltese international, but he isn't, of course, because he's fucking Swedish. What is the one good player we've had in years? Not even bloody Maltese. I mean, I'll probably end up declaring in the end anyway. But the reason that I'm signing them all up because that will allow us to then have more players for the loan farm. He's probably on a similar kind of level as Matthew Side. I think Matthew Side is 2.5, is he not? I mean, he'll have multi-second nationality, presumably. To be fair, they don't have to have multi-second nationality, just as like the French Malagasy dude is just French Malagasy. Let's have a look. Antonio Abrahamson, straight up Swedish, born in Karlshamn. Oh. He's got 704 days. So he's been here for a while. So he's been here since he was like 12. So he might, you know, doff some... Oh, you probably could actually, but 3 years. Yeah, so he's got about 1.5 years... No, about 2 years left on his deal, so to say. Do you know what? I'm actually pretty pleased with that. As far as youth intakes go, that's way less disappointing than I was expecting. I'm actually fairly... I think he could be... Oh. He looks like he could actually be quite decent. Don't like his speed. But he's got okay agility and balance. He's got unflappable professional, which is great, because it means that if there is something good in his PA, even if we can't see it, because I've just got... Particularly, as I've noticed in this save... I think the game is really bad at estimating star rating, specifically for wingbacks and anyone that plays in a fullback position, because both Babasi and Lahovi were massively undervalued. And maybe that's just because it's like 2 for 2, but I had a feeling about him, and I got a feeling this guy might be quite good as well. I wonder if he's got, like, actually got better than this, because I like what I'm seeing from his attributes, and that's how I'm kind of judging these guys. Physicals are not great. Increased determination, I guess. Fact is, he's got good professionalism. But yeah, I would like to get that a bit higher. That is an annoying thing to have. Low flair is not a big issue. But that's a mentoring group, right? That's where we can whack him in and hopefully help with that. At least he's got a good personality and good media handling. So we know that he's going to be at least training well. Even if his determination is going to leave a little bit to be desired. We might be able to get that up. Or we get lucky and we get one of those like off-field event thingies where it like boosts it massively, which is always kind of great. Either way, perfect timing. We actually got a good player potentially in our youth intake. Things you bloody love to see. Well, we'd have to put him in the first team in order to do that. That's the problem. Because the game won't let you put youth players in the... and then he wouldn't get to play in the youth games and would miss out on a lot of development there. That's the problem with it. I wish you could, like, just dump... Or can you? Yeah, the problem is when you... I suppose we could, actually. And then... just perpetually available for the under-19 squad. Doesn't that, like, randomly switch off every season? That's my worry. I'm worried I forget about it. But I just thought my determination. Influence group, none is fine. We'll see. It seems weird that you couldn't, like, ask a player to... I'll just say it again in case I forget. To, like, take an eye on him. Because that's kind of like what tutoring did. You know? But obviously that was super overpowered, and I totally understand why that needed to be changed. But still, yeah, you probably actually that's a good point. What we've got right now seems that we'll do the same thing essentially anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Right, let's do a little cheeky raid over to Mr. Salty B because of course that's worked out quite nicely. As much as the other multi-sides in a way have let us down, what do we really expect from Goodyear and Hamron? Right, they were there. They did their bits. Sweetie, the one that really are a disappointment to me, but both Balzan and Birkikara are both through to the next round. So there's still a chance for us. I reckon if we can get 19 and a half points on the board this year, and I think that's possible with the three of us that are left, I think we've got a good chance, or at least get to like 18 or so points, or at least like 5 points. I don't fucking know. Anyway, yeah, enjoy the football. And I'll see you lovely people on Tuesday for some more Champions League goodies. We'll do the draw on the next stream. I'll get us up to like the point of the draw and it'll be like the first thing we do on the stream. So thoughts and whatnot. So yeah, I will see you guys very, very soon. Hold your guns. Capybara.